voice for that.
And then we need like good like low key background music. Is that a red card? Is that what's happening here?
Voice for that.
And then we need are we ejecting somebody? We need like good like low key background music.
Yeah.
Is that a red card?
Yep, he's just carded us all.
Is that what's happening here?
What's going on?
Or it's our pink slip and we've all been fired.
Low-key background music. Either way, it's not good for us.
Yep, he's just carded us all.
Is that what's happening here?
What's going on?
Or it's our pink slip and we've all been fired.
Either way, it's not good for us.
Yep, he's just carded us all.
Is that what's happening here?
Or it's our pink slip and there's a button on the side of my headset.
Either way, it's not good for us.
Yep, he's just carded us all. Oh, hold on, I did. Where is it?
We're about 30 seconds stream where you guys are getting a lot of info. I apologize. Got to mute my own stream. So it was just a pure echo.
Echo. Behold the echoes from beyond.
One spot left, and then I will be...
Let's see. Okay, good. FPS, my camera's okay. Skirp, I think we're still missing you on audio.
Skirp is still eating, I think.
He's eating, I think.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
he's a little close to his getting home time, I believe. From our place of workness.
Hello, King Breedrill, Kildith, Notoria, the Cool Eagle. How are you guys? Welcome to Streamin with Strahd Session 3.
By the slow bus, you mean short bus, right?
All of the buses have been slow lately. It took me like an hour and 45 minutes to get home yesterday. It was crap.
I think it is.
You're a goblin joke.
Oh.
That's just mean.
Oh.
How are you guys this evening? Doing good, man. Looking forward to it.
See if he tanks for you tonight.
I completely understand. If you're still going
Just
when
in
I'm
chat,
done,
did you
I'll
see his
send
chat
you
message
the
up the Skirp was
host,
disconnected?
but I think you're going to end about the same time we do.
I was like, whatever, man. You don't need this. I wonder. Hold on. I need
Thanks
to
for the
find
hosts. We got hosts
Also,
coming
we know
in.
he's actually like a
Hosts.
12th level wizard who's just disguising himself as a goblin.
He's a,
And see how good of people we are. Turns out we're not.
like every inn owner ever is a level 20 retired fighter from the Forgotten Realms. What are you gonna do? Oh, I'm gonna open an inn. Actually, I think that's how the Yawning Portal happened. Anyway.
I was busy defeating a lich, but I took a frostbolt to the knee, and now I decided to open up.
Am I lisping horribly badly right now if I keep talking like this?
I don't think so.
Okay. Trying something for potential future camera. But I don't want to do it if I'm going to sound like an idiot, so. Alright.
I think we're ready to start whenever you guys are. As far as D&D goes.
Alright, I will go with the most passable voiceover voice. Yes. Last time on Streaming with Strahd, the party continued their...
Uh-oh.
They continue
What?
their silence.
Are
The
you
party
kidding me?
continued their blank.
Yes, blank. I'm gonna... No, I fixed this thing like 3 times already.
That cliffhanger, right, Khalid?
Whatever.
Next week,
Anyway.
That
everyone.
cliffhanger.
Anyways, the party made their way to the basement where they fought a number of zombies and even a mimic in the form of a door, which was has most hilariously stolen the paladin's shoe.
It flapped open and closed it us a bunch of times.
Pretty much, it was a slap fight. It was hilarious. True to form, they have bumbled their way into the room you currently see before you. I like the word bumble tonight, apparently. Where they have found a statue of a dark-clad man holding a smoky gray orb. In the first good decision they've made all campaign, they decided to leave it the hell alone. In addition to that, they have found. I'm going to borrow somebody with a light source, Zeb. Drag you up here. They found a hidden room.
I don't think he has a light source.
He does. He should have a light source. You'll see him once he drags up there. And a trap door. There you go. It's up there. It's just north of the line there. There's a trap door, which I believe, I want to say it was Skirp stuck his head up to, and found that it came out into what he believed was the main level of the house again. And after a little bit more darting around by our goblin scout tank rogue, he determined that there's also a set of stairs to the west of your current position. And I believe that is where we left it last time.
They were stairs down, right?
Yes, they were stairs down.
Okay.
It was a 20-foot flight of stairs.
Now, it's been roughly 2 months since we were there, but there were a bunch of doorways and such all the way up north that we did not explore. I don't know if anybody cared.
Yes, that is also accurate. There were several hallways that the party you guys went north and around instead of south and through.
Yeah, we saw a bunch of doorways and then went, nope, let's go the other way.
Yes, exactly.
Can I get a status effect and hit point check to make sure I have this accurate? Is the paladin still exhausted after being knocked out as many times as he was, and is he at 9 hit points currently?
You guys rested in the bedroom, so he should no longer be exhausted, but I feel like the hit point total is accurate because of the mimic slap fight.
I think also I should be at 18 hit points.
But I will let Skirp chime in on that. Okay.
Skirp still has at least 2 healing potions, I believe, too, according to my loot list.
Yeah, there were a few found in the bedroom chest before you were beset upon by the ghasts that burst forth from the walls. The very walls themselves.
Yep. Gideon stumbles into every trap.
Indeed. Remember, backup trap finder is the guy with the highest con score.
Mm. So I think at some point we were discussing how much further we should proceed due to lack of hit dice, lack of spells, lack of a lot of things.
Yeah, we were debating going up the trapdoor here, but then because it goes to the first floor, but we hadn't actually properly emptied that out yet. But we were hoping to get a longer rest soon, so that way we can get our spells and stuff back, because we're kind of all expelled everything minus cantrips.
Yes, and this the bedroom down here is not the. There are others.
You might cut out.
Modify the INI file again and see if it fixes it. Anyway, there is another bedroom, at least one that you have found on the higher floors. There are also a number of beds back near where Skirp found his sweet hand in the well, though they are not closed-off bedrooms. They're just nasty, moldering straw beds. So there are options. You could also attempt to use the bedroom you used previously and attempt a barricade of some form. Then again, that didn't necessarily help because of the the gas bursting forth the walls. They don't use doorways. They're rude like that.
Stupid ghosts. Hey, Huddle. What do you want to do, party? You want to try to go outside with the evil smoke, try to find a room, go sleep with the ghosts upstairs?
I think our best bet is to hang out with the statue.
Or you could attempt to hang out with the statue.
To hang out with.
You
Like,
know, like
make
have a
camp
couple
around.
brewskis.
Sleep at the feet of, spoon, like something along those lines.
Guys, that ancient god will always be watching us, so don't do anything inappropriate.
Yeah, I feel safe in here.
You feel safe in the room where the door was a mimic?
Yeah, it was.
The floor is a mimic.
Yeah.
So I think I'd be a fan of heading back to where there was relative safety at the top floor, and
The very,
lots of
very
bedrooms
top
up
floor.
there.
The ghosts are.
Yeah, I thought we found like that trap door that got us down here to begin with.
Mhm.
Like it was like a long staircase that like went all the way down to the basement from the top floor.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a spiral staircase.
So I wonder if we'd be better off kind of going back up, checking on the ghost chillins, and seeing if we can't. Like that feels like that's a more defensible position than down here where things are bursting through walls. We can't really tell what else is in here.
The children were also in a bedroom, so you could effectively stay the night with them if you so desired.
And they like us, right? They seem
But
to like
didn't
us.
they like get really creepy when we tried to leave and we had to fool them to get out of the room?
Yes. They may have tried some minor possession, but you know they're kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to be happy when we go back because I kind of did give them a mirror image.
Indeed.
It's either children ghosts or gas coming through walls. So
Ghastly.
Well, Gideon, as always, is going to back whatever Squirrel's opinion is.
Yeah.
I have one
Well,
for a
lead on.
statue, one for angry ghosts, and I just don't want to be stuck in the death house at all. So
You want to go make camp in the fog?
no. So that's the problem. There's no good choices. Squirrel doesn't like any of our choices.
Damn you, Zeb.
I will trust the cleric decision on this since they have the most healing that they've provided. I think.
I haven't healed any of you guys. Oh, that's not true. I healed I healed a.
I thought you healed somebody and you
Yeah,
did some shield ability too. I thought I saw memory serves.
Yeah,
so you've shown
burned
that you're trying to
two
protect
heals
people
on the.
versus the goblin who's following a god zealously into danger.
Yeah.
So I am correct in assuming you go to the top floor then, correct? Based on everything that's been said so far?
Yes, we're gonna go deal with angry ghosts.
All right.
All right, I'm down.
For the time, I'm not going to move your tokens. I'm
Oh,
going to leave you
okay.
guys here.
Okay.
Move you to the bedroom. You get upstairs, and you have two choices for bedrooms. You can go into the children's bedroom or the master bedroom.
Master bedroom is where I saw the spooky ghost mirror thing, right?
Yes. To be fair, you've seen that in several. No, that was the nursery.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
The master bedroom had a large bed. It had like a tiger skin rug on it. It was where one of the places Gideon found loot to steal from.
Did I actually get that loot? We weren't sure.
Yes, you said you went back because Zeb wanted to use them for material components.
Okay. If at some point you wouldn't mind telling me what was in there, I'll write it down for later.
Yep. I'll either chat it to you or hit it up on the break so we're not updating.
Yeah, no problem.
Get in on the bet, chat.
All right. So what is your choice, given
When we
those
get up there,
options?
when we get up there, do the kids like notice that we're up there immediately?
Only if you choose to go into their room.
Okay. How do you guys feel about the master bedroom? Presumably larger.
I'm in for that.
I think there's only one way into it, right? Or were there two?
To the master bedroom, there is only one way in. Two if you count the outside balcony, the outside facing balcony.
I don't know what you guys think. Master bedroom?
All right. The master bedroom, as you recall, is dusty, cobweb covered. The four-poster bed is embroidered with curtains and tattered gossamer veils covering it. There is a large wood-framed mirror, a vanity, and a set of wardrobes in the room. The bed is large enough for two full-size humans, or potentially two full-size humans and a small character.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that leaves one person out, but there is a rather well-kept tiger skin rug near the mantelpiece, which itself is made of a dark obsidian color.
Squirrel's fine with the rug, and is the mirror covered or is it visible?
The mirror is visible. It is very old-looking, dusty, a little bit dim and smoky-looking, perhaps.
Yes.
Tell me about the condition of this obsidian tiger skin.
No, the mantelpiece is obsidian. The tiger skin is...
I had this vision of like a black tiger skin rug.
Nope, you know what? It is now. There is this black tiger skin rug with white
Pretty
stripes.
cool.
It's effectively like inverted zebra striped.
Oh,
So
man.
black with white stripes versus white with black stripes, depending on how you see zebras.
Squirrel,
It is,
did you already cover the mirror?
Yes.
Okay. I find another sheet, I cover it again. Just to be extra sure.
And this is why Squirrel trusts the cleric more than the paladin. We're on the same page in a
Good.
sense.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
You guys could be on as many pages as you want.
We both pull out our spell books and start like comparing notes real quick.
Spellbook, what is that? I don't have one.
No, I don't know. Whatever.
Actually, we found one, didn't we?
Me
Oh,
neither.
that's right. I do have one. You're right. Because you guys found me one. I have it.
Yes.
I looked at it, yeah.
That is.
This is good.
All right. Dice clatter ominously as you begin your evening rest. And for most of you, the night passes, well, what you assume is the night. 8 hours of rest pass without incident.
For most of you.
However, Squirrel,
Damn it. I need the sleep.
Not me.
your dreams are not pleasant in the least. No, you see a great many things. You see a man wearing a large cloak, red and black, pale skin, and he has a noble cast about him. There's no doubt in your mind that this man is someone of importance. And he drifts across the room, almost like he's floating. Mists about his feet as he approaches the bed where you are sleeping. And he gets down close, right next to your ear. And he says, "Welcome, my friend. Welcome to Barovia." And then just starts until you wake up in a cold sweat. Looking around the room, your dark vision affords you the full sight of the room. There is no mist. There is no pale skin, nobly dressed man. You see only your dear friend Gideon, a goblin in heavy armor, and your cleric.
My cleric. I like it. Still the middle of what I consider night. I just woke up with a
Yes.
nightmare.
As best you can figure, you probably slept 3 or 4 hours.
I will attempt to recover the rest of the 5.5 that I'm missing and make note of this horrible dream.
Okay.
Does any of my compatriots seem to be having bad dreams?
No, but you fall back asleep and more things happen. God, I love this game. Thanks, Dice.
Okay.
A different vision this time. This time you see a castle and a courtyard of a castle. And this central path leading down it. And at the end of this path, you see this auburn-haired woman standing. And you can just make out her features. She's pretty. She has kind of a hard cast to her face, like maybe she's a warrior, or maybe it's just she's seen some things in her life. And as the dream kind of, camera pans closer and closer to her, you can't help but notice these two pinprick marks on her neck. And then she outreaches one hand to you and falls backward off of a cliff you didn't realize was there. And as you rush up to the cliffside, you just see her body, her hand still reaching out towards you, disappear into the mists below. And then you hear a scream, and then nothing. And you wake up once again. Not as frightened per se, but still shaken by the experience. I will not, however, deprive you of your sleep. You may still count this as a full rest.
I was going to make like white noise and try to go back to sleep with make sound.
I cast mage sound to sound like the ocean.
Sound like city streets and go back to sleep and try to sleep through these dreams.
Then the entire time during that, you hear background noise of the city streets while this woman's screaming, falling off this cliffside.
I was going to do after this dream, or did I have that dream again?
No, you had two different dreams. You had the one with the man in this, and that's it. But that will represent the total of your sleep being broken up.
I look around. The rest of them sleeping?
I imagine that depending on when Tally prepares her spells in the morning, she would probably be the first to rise.
Mm-hmm.
I will just sit grumpily in the corner.
So I noticed you kind of get up suddenly and disgruntled and ask if you're okay. Did you sleep well?
No, I hate this place. I get to dreams in this place that I don't want.
Dreams? Like visions?
Is that not what a dream is? A vision while you sleep?
Depends on if you think there's meaning. What'd you dream of?
Women dying and being welcomed to this horrible place. Continent? Do I know that it's a continent? Country?
You do not know of its origin. You know that it is some land that...
Do I know that I'm in it now?
Well, you know that he has welcomed you to some place known as Barovia.
Right, but do I know that I'm physically in Barovia as outside of my dreams?
You might assume it, but so far all you're sure of is that you have found this house after fleeing the woods and the fog.
The kids didn't say anything about Welcome to Barovia while we were talking about the evil smoke stuff.
They did not. All of their dialogue was centered around the house.
Gotcha.
And what happened within and looking for their brother.
Then it was I would say, a maniacal guy welcoming to a place called Barovia, and then watching some girl fall off a cliff. So standard dreams, nightmares.
Like you do.
Like you do, you know.
Yeah. Sounds very intense. I'm looking to see
maybe a
if
teepee.
There are no tents. Sorry, that's why you guys had to sleep up here.
I forget. Is there a knowledge skill I forget about this stuff, or is it just an int check? I basically want to know if like the name Barovia triggers anything from just what I'm familiar
You could
with.
attempt a history check. You could attempt a straight intelligence check. Those are probably your two best options.
All right. Did it do a thing?
Did you
Nope.
do a thing?
I gotta do that thing.
Wham bam. And that result doesn't. Or do you have a negative int mod?
I might.
Okay. Because you
He's
rolled a
wise,
12 and you
not
got blotted
smart.
out. Yeah.
Wow.
That doesn't make sense. Why would a cleric have a negative whiz? Or no, that was negative int. Never mind. We're good.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's not the sorcerer,
Ah.
which they don't have any charisma. Moving on. No, the name doesn't strike any bells with you.
Well, then I just sort of brush it off and say, I'm sorry you didn't sleep well, but we probably should get back to figuring out what the hell was down there so we can get out of this place.
I agree. Step one should be getting out of this horror house.
This place. Hey, now be nice to the house,
I start poking Gideon because I'm cranky and he's still sleeping.
as usual. The you are back upstairs, and while you have explored the upstairs, per my notes, you have not explored much of the first floor, or even much of the second floor. Are you going to stay up here and explore more, or are you going to go straight back down to where you were and continue your exploration exploits of the far reaches of the Death House? Lightning crashes every time I say Death House. Just pretend that happens.
I say, since we ran into the issue of not actually knowing what was above our heads when we were at the basement, I say we should, since we found the kids and we're currently just in exploration mode at this point, and we've kind of got a grasp of what's kind of going on, we should just start from this floor, clear it, and work our way down floors. Get back to
All
the
right, so
basement.
starting at floor 3.
That's what I'm suggesting to the party. They can tell me no. This is squirrels
Did we-
talking.
I'm trying to remember, did we find another staircase down from the basement floor that we were on?
Yes, on the floor you are on, there is a staircase leading ever downward, ever into the depths, and what may might lie beneath.
I suppose doing a quick sweep wouldn't hurt. Just wonder how much time it's going to take to get all the way through.
Well, aren't we looking for the source of all this stuff anyway? We need clues. Like, right now we have nothing to go off of, right? We found a statue.
Well, the children told us it was in the basement, and we know the basement goes deeper. Bad things always seem to come from the darkest, deepest places.
That's my nightmares.
I turn to the rest of the group and ask what they think.
Gideon shrugs.
Surprising no one.
Yeah, always back to squirrel, and we haven't gotten to any place that's interesting for him to disagree.
I sigh in response to Gideon shrugging.
I think both are important. We should clear the house for certain. But I think the greatest danger to us lies in the basement. And we should address that first.
Okay, you said the greatest threat's in the basement, but we should do that first and then come back. But what if we have to retreat and we can't go the way we came, not knowing what's above our heads might cause an issue? If we know where the biggest threat is, shouldn't we not clear our path there first?
As above, so below.
I think we're going to find that in this house there's a lot of decisions we're not going to like either answer or either option too.
I concur. That's awesome.
So I think we should just do what we think is best here.
I got this.
Oh.
All right. Heads the house, tails the basement. Let's clear the house.
Which one's head?
Figure in the same order I called them.
Okay.
Alrighty.
All right. Let
Strap
me,
the shield on and let's go.
Let me get your tokens in a way of order here and drag your butts down.
You alright, kiddo?
All right, to the top with ye. Oh, no, drag
What's
you
your
guys
name
into the master. See. Okay, then you guys should be loading in just a moment.
Mhm.
Did you guys lose your light again?
I found
No, I think I'm good.
Okay.
I just can't tell which things are doors.
I was like, where
Just
are we?
checking.
And then I had to scroll all the way to the top.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to ping you guys there. I always forget that that's a problem. All right, so this is the room whence you spent the night. Doors are the kind of pop out more white-looking pieces of the
Okay. So
of the
like
walls.
here. Oh no, that's a closet. This one? Nope, that's a balcony. This one? Nope. Okay, I'm clearly not doing well. Somebody help me find the door.
You
People
just
standing
moved.
at the door now.
Yeah, Gideon is
Oh,
standing in
it's-
front of it right there. Yeah, it's a double door.
Okay, it's double door. Hey.
All right. You have already explored this level. Straight south of you, it would be the nursery.
Mm-hmm.
There is no light in here, so you guys kind of gotta go where you're gonna go. Straight south, all the way south, past the armor that's in the hallway, is the nursery, including the secret staircase that Gideon found through his vast powers of perception and being stabbed for everything.
Shall we head down the stairs then?
Level 2 specifically is, and level 1 are the ones you guys have not really spent any time on.
Yeah.
Hey, Chad, if you want to
Yeah, we
get in on
actually did
arena,
clear this room. This
it's
one,
open.
right?
Yeah, you did.
get in on there and do some fighting. Fighting. Kill each
I
other.
almost got killed by a ghost.
D&D
and then
time.
I
Gotta kill each other.
Correct.
sat down against a wall and fell through it, and that was my entire contribution to this adventure.
And it was a great contribution, I might add.
Pretty sure it's only the base floor we haven't really explored, right?
Second floor. You guys are on the
First
third
and second.
floor. You have explored the third
Okay.
floor and the attic area, which is where the children's bedrooms are.
Let's go down to the next floor then.
All right, let me grab your tokens and drag you down. I'm gonna
I
get
guess
you
while he's
guys-
doing that,
Wanna send
for
him
the
to
long
my
rest,
boss, too?
we should we get full HP. You get half your hit dice back.
All right, the drag should pull you guys over here in a second.
Sure did. Perfect.
All that other fun stuff.
Perfect for stream too.
Yeah.
All right, you're on a staircase. Let me see if you have to make a save against flavor text or not. The upper hall, you see unlit oil lamps, or rather, I suppose. Well, everybody has light because Tally's got light cast on her shield, I believe.
And
Or I'll recast it at the start of the day.
Gideon has torches, and the other two have dark vision. So, unlit oil lamps are mounted on the walls of this elegant hall, hanging above the mantelpiece directly across from you is a wood frame portrait of what you can only assume is the Durst family. You see the two children, Rose and Thorn, you know them, and the parents, who you have also come to know as Gustav and Elisabeth. You see that the father holds a small baby, and you cannot help but notice that the mother has a slight upturning of her nose and perhaps even a scorn being directed at the child.
Oh.
Standing suits of armor flank
that a
the
snow?
doors to the north
Sorry.
and the south. You see that each suit clutches a spear and has a visored helm in the shape of a wolf's head.
These things are going to stab me. I can tell.
I agree. They're probably gonna stab you.
The doors are elegantly carved. They appear to have the images of young people, like small, like older children or young teenagers frolicking about the woods.
Can I open the door, this double door with Mage Hand to see if it sets off traps?
Okay, which door? There's two doors,
Yeah.
north and south. So
North, please.
you may open the door to the north. And fireball. No, that's not true. I made that up. Nothing happens other than the door opens.
I will open the south door.
Also, nothing happens other than the door opens.
I will then poke all four of the statues to see if they poke back with the Mage Hand.
Three of them tip gently, but otherwise hold their form. The fourth basically just falls apart into a loud clatter of armored pieces hitting the floor.
Squirrel will say, "Oops." I will dismiss the Mage Hand.
Okay.
Hello, Skipford. There's arena going on right now if you want to get into it, Skipford.
Hello, Skipford. Welcome.
Oh. Shall we mosey?
Do watch for the spirits, for they fish for men. Sorry.
End game.
Sure, let's go with that. I get carried away sometimes, it's fine. Which door, north or south, gentlemen?
Usually the goblin doesn't give us a choice.
Right?
That's fair.
I'm feeling a little less confident above ground.
Not used to being this high up. The altitude.
Which I go the opposite
Altitude
direction in which it broke. Which statue broke?
It would be the one to the south east.
Should go
So I will
north.
that one there. All right,
He just runs right through the door.
He's gone.
and he's gone.
Oh, right, because of the wall stuff. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm
Line of
still
sight.
on top of you.
Once you guys are in there, you'll see it. Red velvet drapes cover the windows of this elegant-looking room. An exquisite mahogany desk and a matching high-back chair face the entrance and the fireplace, above which hangs a framed picture of a windmill perched atop a rocky crag. Situated in the corners of the room are two overstuffed chairs. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves line the southern wall, which is, like I said, their north and their south on this map sucks. So, a rolling wooden ladder allows one to more easily reach the high shelves of said bookcase.
Watch Gilda sneak in the room.
just peeking in.
I want to see, but I can't enter the room, and like, there's not enough room for all four of us.
Yeah.
There's room until one of you trigger the trap. I mean, what?
I'm gonna keep a healthy distance. Hang out on the left side of the room here.
Okay.
I'm gonna go examine the desk and see if there's anything interesting on it.
All right.
Looks like maybe a quill and some papers or something.
Did I roll for searching of the
Sure.
room?
Investigation check if you're going to be searching the room proper. Tally the without any kind of rolls, because you can obviously see what's on the desk. There is an oil lamp, a jar of ink, a quill pen, a tinderbox, and a letter kit containing red wax candle for blank sheets of parchment and the wooden seal of the Durst family insignia which is a windmill.
Ah,
The desk has a single drawer in the top of it.
Set investigation at perception.
Yes, investigations if you're searching. Like actively poking around the room. A 9, is it? However, Mr. Squirrel, despite your somewhat inadequate search, you do happen to see.
Passive perception's 13.
I know. That's why I'm giving you it, just because I'll go into it outside of rules if you guys are curious about it. But something I was listening to that Watsy put out was very much like you can always go with an active search, but something that a character's passive will pick up doesn't, like the lower roll doesn't outright negate their passive.
Nice.
To that point, up in this corner here, you note that one of the books has been
Congrats,
used
Skipford, on
more
your
often
victory. What's
than
in
the
that
others.
chest, man?
It has
What's
a
in
very
that
clear
chest?
wear pattern on the bookshelf. It is highly suspect, as you might say.
I would say that, yes.
You would.
I would.
Script ripper.
So I will inform.
The not rogue.
Well, I'm the closest thing to a rogue I think this party has.
It seems likely.
Between me and Gideon,
Well,
we make a rogue.
Gideon. Yeah.
Like
There's
two
a
of us
rogue in there
together
somewhere.
make a rogue.
Form
I can
of
stealth
a
and
rogue.
Pick locks.
when
and
your powers combine,
Right? We make Captain
do all
Rogue.
the charisma.
you form a murder hobo that can break through any lock.
All right. So with this information, you are doing what exactly? Other than informing yourself and maybe Gideon.
Yeah, I informed Gideon that this book is suspect, and I feel if we tell the rogue or tell the goblin, he's just going to go spring a trap. So you should investigate first.
All right. So how do I look at this thing? I'm sorry.
In terms of,
Investigating it. I guess I'd roll investigation, huh?
you would roll investigation. Absolutely.
This is probably not going to go well, but let's give it a shot.
It went as well as you could have hoped. It's, with Squirrel's help, you see what he pointed out, that there's this odd wear pattern, like this book has been pulled in and out quite a bit. Otherwise, you can't really determine anything special about it per se.
Screw it. Gideon pulls it out. I
Okay.
didn't know what he meant.
Yeah. And there is a slight click, and the bookshelf swings into a room.
These people have kids. They're probably not going to have traps out in the open.
So effectively, if you walk through that, Gideon, I'm going to
Sorry.
move your token up there.
Had kids. Yeah.
Gideon, if you just move 5 feet to your right, you will be in there.
Aha.
You have found some form of secret room. This room is packed with bookshelves. The bookshelves themselves are littered with various tomes. One stands out that is called the Priests of Ossibus. In addition to this, you see that there is a wooden chest with clawed iron feet against one of the walls. It's directly in front of you. Sticking out of the chest
Sorry.
is a skeleton clad in leather armor.
Okay, that's what I thought. I'm like, that's Not just the
It's-
chest there. There's something gross there too.
It's like the front part of him, like his head and his shoulders are like leaned in, like fallen inside the chest, and like his part of his torso and waist and legs are on the ground in front of it.
So like the chest ate him.
You could say that. There are no teeth or anything present, but it gives that vision.
I've seen this movie. Gideon's going to back out of the room and like wave people.
I'm gonna
forward
grab
to
the
look in.
tome and let the goblin know there's
Oh,
a chest
God.
in here.
All right, so you grab the book entitled "The Priests of Ossibus"
Yes.
off the shelf. Okay. There are a number of what appear to be rituals written in this book. You might try something of the Arcana variety to decipher them.
Sure, what do I roll?
Intelligence Arcana.
Canceled the roll, my bad. I'm average.
That's enough.
I'm a sorcerer. I'm average.
Mm-hmm. This book is bogus. Like none of these things are real magics. Like this is totally fake.
Knew it.
Wait, are
Okay.
you saying we're in like a haunted house you pay to visit? That would
They're
be
all just
fun.
actors.
And you've been killing them, you monsters.
I share the tome with the cleric while I assume the goblin is investigating the chest-eating, guy-eating chest thing.
The chest-eating skeleton.
Yes.
Good one. Skirp, you have been informed of said chest. Do you wish to do anything about it, ladies?
I will. I'll scoot a little closer to the secret passage. See, can I peer through the bookshelf and see it, or do I have to go? In?
You must brave the gauntlet of knowledge if you wish to make your way to the secret passage.
Catch knowledge.
All right, but I'm not touching any of them.
All right.
What do I? I'm gonna move my token in, but really, I'm still in the square, like peering.
Okay. What you would see is you see the chest against the far wall with a skeleton hanging out of it, and bookshelves lining the north and south wall, both overflowing with leather-bound tomes.
Squirrel's actually by the cleric. I just leave my token there so Stream can see the map.
Yeah, that's fine. It's out of combat. I don't care much about where we are positionally.
Yeah, I am so not surprised at what I see in there. Like anyone who keeps a library in their house really deserves that fate.
Are you going to go investigate the chest though?
Nope.
No?
Nope, deserved what he got, and I'm not getting
Alright,
it.
I guess Squirrel is going to go in, and I'm going to go stand where I am standing now and use Mage Hand once again.
Remember him fondly, party. He was known as Squirrel the Brave.
I was gonna say, anybody who goes in there deserves the same as the guy who's already in there.
Hence why I'm standing where I'm at, and you use
Alright.
Mage Hand.
I'm backing off to my
Your
Previous
token position. Okay.
That squirrel certainly does have some nuts hidden away.
Well,
Yay!
Hey-yo!
yeah, he does. All right, Mage Hand is able to gently heft the lid of this chest. No reaction in form of teeth or tongue, as you might expect, or were afraid of, I might add. The skeleton reacts in such a way as that you've lifted the lid off of it, and so it finally falls into two. The top part of its torso into the chest, and the bottom pieces of it to the floor.
So the chest is open.
Yes, the chest is now open.
Alright, I will move close enough where I can see its contents, I guess.
Okay. You see the pieces of skeleton, obviously, and as you get up close, the leather armor the skeleton was wearing has very clearly been pierced by a set of darts straight into the chest. The chest itself, however, has a few things in it. Obviously, the skeleton, and you notice first, before the other items, the skeleton's hand, which is holding a clutched piece of parchment in it.
Okay, I'm going to not physically try to touch anything, just get enough to where I can see, and I'm going to use Mage Hand to pick up all of these things that I can see. So the parchment first.
All right.
And I'm going to stand up against the wall now that I see there are darts.
Okay.
Just in case.
Nothing bad happens. In addition to that, peeking in, you saw that there were 3 books, 3 scrolls.
To test the weight of the chest,
yes,
I will use Mage Hand to try to like move it a little bit, see if it can be moved.
What's the weight limit on Mage Hand? 5 pounds?
Is it 5 or is it 30? It's 5 sounds right. Yeah, 5 sounds right. Let me
5
check just for sure.
is the classic weight limit of Mage Hand.
Yeah.
Mage Hand, 30 feet away.
Assuming it's 5, I can just look at chat because you had it in there before.
10 pounds. 10 pounds.
All right.
Oh.
Either way, that's not enough. You're not able to heft the chest in any way with the Mage Hand.
Okay, so that just tells me that the container weighs more than 10 pounds. That's what I was trying to get at.
Reminder that I have told you that it has iron feet attached to it, so it looks pretty hefty in terms of chests.
Ah, I missed that. My bad. Okay. So 3 tomes. The thing. What else did I see? I'm sorry.
3 scrolls as well.
Scrolls.
3 tomes and 3
tomes.
scrolls.
And that's all I can see from peeking without getting closer, or that's all it's kind of.
Yes. The answer is yes to both.
Okay.
That's all of its contents, unless you want like a human skull and a clavicle on a few assorted bones.
What bone is it the foot bone or is it the arm bone that our goblin is collecting?
He's been a hand man.
Yep.
All right, so I'm going to grab the
So
I'm going to use Mage Hand to grab each of the possessions out one by one and bring them to me, and then if I get that successfully without dying or causing a trap, the Mage Hand will take the hand of the skeleton over to the goblin.
Okay. All of these things happen without incident.
All right,
All of these things happen without
I
incident.
accept the hand, and as I'm stowing it carefully in my pack, I kind of brandish it at everyone. Let this be a reminder. Where so-called tomes of knowledge will get you.
Skirp, as you open your bag, Free Market climbs out
Hey!
Invisible hand.
and gently caresses your cheek until it sees the other hand in your hand, and it conveys what might be jealousy, and it snaps at you and goes back into the bag.
Oh, don't be jealous. All right, I'm gonna.
The rest of us just see Skirp have like a conniption as he like slaps himself with like invisible objects, and then
He's
what just
talking.
happened?
You think he's maybe talking to the skeleton hand? It's not really clear. Like, I don't know. He's he's playing with his bag, and then there's a hand. It's
I
weird.
dismiss the Mage Hand after Skirp takes it.
Okay. The books you will find to be blank and made of fine black leather. Otherwise worth 25 gold pieces a piece if you care to sell them or have
journals. I'll keep those.
journals. The scrolls I will tell you after you guys have a short rest with them, because that's how that works.
Okay. I inform the party that I have found 3 blank journals and 3 scrolls, and the next time we take a break, I will figure out what these scrolls are.
The leather armor on the thing, did it look like it was wrecked? So
It has two dart holes in it, but otherwise it's fine. Zeb, I gave you the wrong scroll count. There's actually 6 scrolls. 3 of them are magical, so the previous stands. The other 3 are not magical.
Kildither, do you have this on our party treasury? Or should I be writing it down?
I'll write it down.
Okay.
6 scrolls, 3 magic, 3 not.
Yes.
And then the 3
So they
not
all have
magical
writing?
scrolls, what are they?
They all have writing. The first of which appears to be a deed to a house. The house is described in such a manner as the one that you are currently in, or at least it leads you to think that way.
Okay.
The second is a deed to a windmill, which it describes as being located somewhere east of a Valaki. And the third is for the will for any of the contents of the house. And it signs basically all belongings over to the children.
I will definitely keep these and take all these possessions for myself. I have forgery.
So, I'm sorry, the windmill deed, the will, and what was the last piece?
The deed
House
to this
deed.
house.
Oh, house deed? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
The other three, you guys will require a short rest to identify. There is also the letter that was in the skeletal hand that no one has dealt with yet.
What's it say?
Gideon's not a strong reader.
My kind of man.
Prepare yourselves for flavor.
Okay. Are
You
gonna-
should see it in front of you here.
It is.
Brace
Welcome
for
to Flavor
flavor.
Town.
My most pathetic servant. I am not a messiah sent to you by the dark powers of this land. I have not come to lead you on a path to immortality. However many souls you have bled on your hidden altar, however many visitors you have tortured in your dungeons, know that you are not the ones who brought me to this beautiful land. You are but worms writhing within my earth. You say that you are cursed, your fortune spent. You abandoned love madness, took solace in the bosom of another woman, and sired a stillborn son. Cursed by darkness, of that I have no doubt. Save you from your wretchedness? I think not. I much prefer you the way you are. Paraphrasing. Your dread lord and master, Strahd von Zarovich.
That explains the bitter look in that painting.
Okay, but is the bitter look because the kid was born
Oh, stillborn. I'm sorry.
stillborn? Or
Hold
is
on,
it because she wasn't the mother?
Never mind.
Why not both?
Why
Or
not both? I mean,
I'm still not convinced. Can I roll insight between the two
Why
of
not?
us to
Zoidberg
figure
is
out-
always an appropriate answer. Yeah, if you want to. You can try
I would
to.
like
You can
to.
insight it. You can intelligence check it. Either of those would be appropriate.
oh, I'm going to incite the heck out of this guy.
Bam, bitches!
Oh!
Boom!
It's with the information before you. A lot of these things make sense. The look in the picture, these pieces of exposition coming together before you. Tally is showing off and rolling the exact same thing as you, but on not a 20. You both kind of put your heads together. And you're like, no, this is making sense. Like it's very clear that perhaps Durst was not the most faithful of gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
And
Squirrel
it's-
Tally, like we're just on the same page all the time.
That's
Yeah,
right.
you guys are. You lock eyes and you're like, you know what's going on. Skirt, meanwhile, is disgusted in your sharing of this letter. It's vulgar.
I gave him
Yeah.
a hand. He can calm down.
All right. I'm gonna move out of the room. Like,
Before we leave, I want to check the one
You've
drawer
had
on
enough.
the desk.
yeah.
All right, the drawer contains nothing but a single iron key.
Hmm. Does it seem like it's to like the desk itself? Like, was there a lock on the?
There
desk,
was
or is
not
it-
a lock on the desk. No.
Okay. I'll go ahead and pick up the key then.
Okay. You have obtained the iron key. Anyway, your goblin left the room, possibly in disgust.
Oh.
Unquestionably in disgust.
There you go.
All right. let's follow the
There are all
disgusting
manner of
goblin.
other tomes that you could spend an inordinate amount of time looking through if you so desire. There's tomes on history and alchemy and all sorts of things, but it would take hours to basically parse out any subject and within those.
Can I do like just a cursory look to see if there's anything that might be something about Dark Lords, or maybe not something so obvious, but something that like might describe like religious figures?
Barovia.
Sure. Make an investigation check.
Okay.
He presses F3 on the document and types in Baruvia.
Well, I mean,
All right.
just for the time.
Nothing
I'm
happens.
going to cast guidance on myself as well. So I
Bum,
guess
bum,
I'll add a
bum.
D4 to this. So investigation, you said, right?
Yes, please.
Hard to do backwards, guys.
Oh, this is lame. Okay, so I'm about to add D4 to this. Well,
That was immense.
so 7.
No, nothing pertaining to the subject of lords nor their darkness.
Guess that'd be too easy. All right. Yes, Shimoji.
You instead find the giant book labeled Exposition. It has all the plot of it. Not really. All right, rejoining the goblin in the hallway. You have the staircase leading downwards and upwards. Also have the door to your south.
Which is open.
Is this a door over here too?
That is also a door, yes.
Huh.
The other door is also open as well because of Mage Hand.
We'll go through the open door. I guess it's down here.
To the open door. Tell me if you've heard this one before. But Gossamer drapes over the windows of this elegantly appointed hall, which has brass-plated chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. There are 2 in total. Upholstered chairs line the walls, and stained glass hangs beautifully, depicting men, women, and children singing and playing instruments. A harpsichord with a bench rests in the corner. There is a fireplace standing near what is a harp. Alabaster figurines of well-dressed dancers adorn the mantelpiece. It's a very fancy room. It almost
Mm.
It almost.
It almost.
it almost appears like I got lost in my train of thought there for a second. It kind of appears almost
okay.
like a dance hall of forums, or like a place to host things.
Mm-hmm.
Ballroom?
Ish. Zeb, please.
Oh.
I have zero interest in exploring that further.
Anyone may try a charisma performance check to potentially play one of the instruments if you so desire.
I'm going to go look at the piano.
Okay.
I
Sorry,
see.
I only know
Harpsichord.
chopsticks.
Harpsichord, excuse me. And just look to see
Yeah.
if there's like any patterns on the keys of like dust or for other things.
As you get close, the keys start moving themselves, and Toccata and Fugue effectively starts playing by itself. For those of you that don't know what Toccata and Fugue is, it's the classic kind of monster Dracula classical piece.
No jukebox?
No jukebox,
No jukebox.
Wow.
also no capes.
Have
Until
anybody investigated the room yet to make sure there's no like traps or blatantly death circles?
We have had no rolls to go into further depth.
And you want investigation, right? Not perception?
Yes, please. That's one of those 5th things you'll get used to.
If I had known that, I think I would have taken investigation instead of perception as class skill.
Investigation, searching, perception is like hearing, seeing, etc.
No, it makes sense. I
Tasting.
get the logic. I just didn't realize that's how it worked.
Yeah. No. However, as you're kind of making your sweep of the room, the alabaster figures in the mantle, they're not well adorned dancers. They're skeletons dressed up.
Ooh.
Like
Skirt,
tiny little
there's some more
skeletons?
hands over here for you.
Well, they're not actually skeletons. They're carvings of skeletons.
Is that how that works, Gildeth?
Bas
Or do you
reliefs.
think?
I believe it is, right? Everybody's HP fills after a long rest.
Yeah, that's correct.
Full health.
See,
My God.
You guys have to
I was gonna
like,
say
keep
that would
me
be
on my
pretty
game.
rough.
any spells you no longer had are restored. Half hit dice recovered. I think fighters get back their superiority die, etc.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't get my superiority die until next level.
Ah, yes, you're still lowbies in the level 2 zone. How unfortunate.
You just sounded like Riff Raff. That was great. I want to hear you like sing a Riff Raff song now from Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Oh, I was thinking riff raff like Aladdin, like riff raff, street rat.
No,
Anyway, I'm singing DM for right now.
like Time Warp maybe.
Let's do the time. I just went Hidosha so that it doesn't work. Anyway,
It does, just in a different way.
That might be better actually.
Skirt, are you staring or are you dooring?
Doring.
All right, door.
But there's
I guess-
are you not getting the hands in here, Skirt?
They're not
Well,
actual
They're not
skeletons.
skeletons. They're carvings.
I
Yes,
did a sweep of the room. I didn't see anything interesting. Hands.
They're carvings of them.
otherwise.
Bas
So we're
reliefs.
going downstairs then?
The Skirp wishes to go into the room that's just north of the stairs first.
Oh, there's a room. Oh my God.
Yes. There's a tiny door there.
There's a circle in this map that concerns me that no one else must have noticed. Right there,
I don't see it.
perfect circle on the floor.
That's like water stain like marks on a map. It's artistic flourish.
But
You make
perfect
you make a mountain of a
circle.
molehill, sir.
I do.
All right, so
I see the whole map in
Squirrel will
front of me.
spend
They're all over the place.
15 minutes investigating the circle on the floor. We'll move on to the north door.
Guys,
northeast
no,
door.
seriously, there's something here. Guys,
I gotta
Guys,
hold that
there's
door.
also-
guys.
There's also a circle right there.
Yeah, see, I told you there's a few.
Investigate
that
that one.
Skirp, the door is both unlocked and untrapped.
Does the music keep playing after we left?
That's good
It
because
does.
I'm walking
Just
through it.
echoing hauntingly through this floor. There is a pair of beds. They appear
there's
to
no
be
way
stuffed
get
with straw.
both visions.
At the foot of each is a footlocker.
See, this is where we should arrest.
I mean,
There is also another door to your left as you walk in.
Oh,
like literally there.
There's two doors. There's a tiny door to the right-hand
Oh.
side, and then there's a door directly to the left as well.
Okay, I can't see what is.
That's because it's
It's
not
so
a
small.
room. It's actually a dumbwaiter.
Uh,
Above this little sliding door, you see that there is a little red button.
little red button.
do I push the button? I am Groot.
I'm Groot.
You will find that the door to Skirp's left is a closet. It contains two tidy-looking servants' uniforms. Think like the traditional like maid and manservant type uniforms, but with a gothic flair to them. Lots of poofiness and collars and such.
Interesting.
Callie, there's a red
Mhm.
button. Do you wish to push it?
Given how things have gone so far, I'm disinclined to interact with anything that might seem interactable.
Oh, but are you gonna tell
Nice.
us? Are you gonna tell the goblin that there's a red button over there?
I'm not going to specifically tell the goblin, but I'll mention that there seems to be a red button over in this corner.
A red button?
Best take care if you think we should go for it. But
Beware the Ides of red button.
What's in the chests behind you?
what's in the box?
The box.
What's in the box? Guess what's in the box?
I can mage hand it if you guys would prefer.
No, I'll check out the chests.
You see inside the chest skirt. That's what you fear most.
A skeleton with no hand?
No.
That's him to decide which you fear most.
I thought the servants would be better than this. Like, I thought at least someone in the house might have sense.
I assume there's a
Spiders?
book.
I sigh and like spin away from the chest in disgust. Jeff, you there?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I was just waiting for you to play out your bit.
Yeah, that's it. I just
It's played out. No.
that's it. Man.
Oh,
Oh,
ouch.
complicated bit.
Savage. So savage.
Burn.
Calculating.
Recalculating. All right. Anybody else wish to peer into the chest of doom?
No.
The chest of Kazakh doom.
I think I'm ready to head down to the next floor. If you guys have concluded
Were they
business here.
more books, right? What kind of books were they? What's that?
Oh, if you go and look, there's nothing in there. The chest is empty.
Is it a book that
Both-
only Skirp can see?
Both chests
Like
are
the
empty?
hand?
Both chests are absolutely empty.
Okay.
Ghost book.
And we're ignoring the red button?
It appears so. At least Tally's ignored it for now.
You guys can do what you like. I
Gideon?
think I'm ready to.
Skirp? Red button? A, nay?
Press it with the mage hand.
That's
I'm
what
good.
I was thinking. Good to test it or good to leave it alone?
I don't need to push it. I don't think anyone would respond.
Can we... Oh, that's not how it works though, is it? Because it's the other way.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. We are in the servants' quarters. We would be the ones responding.
Right. Good.
Really
good
begs
thought.
the question as to what the red button does then.
Is there any type of like investigation type thing to not push the button but to see maybe what it's connected to?
Roll investigation?
That's fine.
Let's just call it flat intelligence for that one. I'm gonna say kind of like poke around it, try to make heads or tails of its, machinations.
Investigation then, because it's the same fucking roll.
Yeah, if it's the same roll, I mean. Well, that's a mighty roll. There's actually, as you're poking around and you just open the slider, there's a small bell attached just on the inside of this. It's very clear that those two things are connected in some way or another.
But why would the servants' quarter call themselves?
Perhaps it is not a call, but a summon.
Same thing.
What?
There needs to be a bell in their room too.
Right,
regardless
but
if the
why
button
would
actually
they need
rings
the
that or not.
button?
So they can summon servants.
Don't your servants have servants?
No, I've never
Come on,
been
man.
rich enough to have my servants have servants.
Get on their level.
Peasant.
Do I need line of sight to use mage hand?
Yes,
Damn.
because you need to know where you're directing it.
All right, time to set up a weird mirror contraption. Oh wait,
There's plenty of mirrors in this
No
house.
mirrors.
the mirror's all like
No
made
capes?
faces at you or something, right?
No mirrors.
That's because the capes are all on the mirrors. Come on, keep up.
Mhm.
So my intelligence roll says that if I push this button, the bell's gonna ring.
That's what you think is going to happen. Yes.
I look at them and I say, it looks like this button rings the bell, but have you guys ever met a family rich enough to have servants with servants?
I don't think he literally means that servants have servants.
But that's
No,
still how Squirrel would look at it because he's very poor and from the streets.
Perhaps it's a way for them to signal that they got the signal. To acknowledge, yes, we are on our way.
Indeed. Quite.
I will ponder
Yeah,
this.
Shallow
Yes.
and pedantic.
But we do
All right.
have a whole other floor and then another basement to
Sorry.
go through.
Yeah, I've got no interest in pushing the button.
Yeah, while I have interest, I don't have enough to push it, so I agree to move on.
Let's continue.
All right, walking on.
Downstairs.
Making my way downstairs.
That's the most Gideon has said ever, and he busts out in song.
Making your way downstairs. All right,
Walking fast.
dragging you downstairs. Hold, please. Going
Well
to
done. That was
bring you
quick,
guys all into
nice and smooth. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Right.
5
You should have
and a
the-
half doors because one's a double
the
door.
jag over.
Yep, it worked.
Yes, there are a number of doors. You are familiar with the double doors to the south, as those are the doors you use to enter this place.
This is a window, or is this a door? South. Small.
It's a jar. No, I'm just kidding. That's also a door.
Alright, so I say we start south because we came in south, so this start here and then our way up.
We attack from the east. Okay,
Okay.
Sounds good.
from the south it is. Does someone
Alright,
dare
I'm gonna walk
brave
in.
the door?
Yeah. Is it unlocked?
It is.
All right, I'll walk in.
Charlie gonna get through a door before the goblin can?
In fact, many of these interior doors are not locked.
Guys,
There's a
I
few
found
you've seen,
something.
but this oak-paneled room looks like a hunter's den. Mounted above the fireplace is a stag's head, and positioned around the outskirts of the room are 3 stuffed wolves.
Oh, they're stuffed. Okay.
There are 2 padded chairs draped in animal furs facing the hearth, with an oak table betwixt them, supporting what appears to be a cask of Amontillado. Not really, it's not Amontillado. 2 carved wooden goblets, a pipe rack, and a candelabrum are also there. There's a chandelier hanging above a cloth-covered table that is surrounded by 4 chairs. You'll see that immediately to the south. Skirp and Squirrel will immediately recognize this as the place that the trapdoor from the basement popped up into.
Where's the trapdoor?
Specifically in this bottom corner here, southeastern corner.
Okay, I'm gonna go walk over there and see if I can
Yes, they're cuffed.
see if
Goblins.
there's anything I have to do to activate it or whatever, or if it just like pulls open from a hidden like handle.
No, it very simply opens.
Oh, good. Okay. Glance around, anything like really obviously interesting or apparent or threatening?
There's a cabinet. It's against the northern wall. That looks of particular interest. Otherwise, if you're going to investigate the room, you need to investigate the room.
I'm not.
I will keep up with my trend and push the button. Pushing the
Very
button.
well then. Womp 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 womp. What do you notice of these things? You find pretty obviously everything else that's there. In poking at the wardrobe to the north, it's very clearly locked. Nothing else stands out to you, however, with the roll that you have made.
I inform Gideon that.
There's also
Container needing
another.
attention.
The other cabinet is beneath where Skirp's token currently is.
Oh, I wander out of the room.
Okay. That one is not locked, however, but it is
Alright.
closed.
Hearing Squirrel tell Gideon that this one is locked, I'm
Secured.
gonna go over to it and
Secured.
it's secured. And we'll pull out the iron key and see if it's a fit.
It is not a fit. In fact, it is appears to be too large for the lock on this door.
Okay.
Boss key.
All right. Gideon will pick it or try to
All
pick
right. I need a dexterity disabled device check then.
it. Is that just the thieves' tool?
Yes,
Check?
if you're if you're proficient with them, you make a dex check.
I am.
Gideon, if you'd like, Gideon, as you move over there, I pause you for a moment, say a few words, and like touch you on the shoulder. You feel some divine radiance in you. You can roll a d4 on your disability check as well.
Okay, so
Only a
I'll roll
D4.
the D4
Only a
I think
first.
I'd rather have D20.
Gideon has
Yeah,
been touched like that for
whatever.
a long time.
Get that extra +1.
Yeah. Look at
Watch
that.
that be what makes it. Come on.
Bells on it, baby. Look at that.
So 23.
Yes, it opens with a satisfying click. And inside, there appear to be a number of hunting implements, crossbows in particular. You have both a heavy, well, both. What's the 3 version of both? Anyway, it has a heavy crossbow, a light crossbow, and a hand crossbow with 20 bolts each.
Ooh.
Look at that.
Uh,
Got kids in the house, keeps his crossbows locked up.
That's responsibility
Yeah,
right there,
see?
kiddos.
Responsible gun owner right there.
then I guess we will gather them. Well, Gideon will gather them all up. How much do they each weigh? They're probably pretty heavy. I'll figure it out.
Heavy crossbows, what? Probably 10 pounds. I'm guessing 15. I mean, it's heavy. It'll be in the player's handbook if you want to look at the actual weights.
Yeah, I'll get to it in a minute.
So yes, hand, light, and heavy, 20 bolts each. And then there's also the cabinet over yonder that has not been investigated, in addition to other things, of course.
That's one.
Okay.
I get shot
In
the
here.
chest with darts because it's not locked. I'm not suspicious at all.
Nope, no darts come flying out. It contains another small box. And in that box is a deck of playing cards and some fine wine glasses.
Tell me those
No.
cards. Ask me how many I want to draw.
Oh.
Remember what happened the last time we
Five.
drew from a deck?
Please, no.
I believe Rap's character was made unplayable.
That's true.
Doesn't make it
Meanwhile,
any less fun.
The lawful good cleric is like, "You're all stupid," and standing outside pouting. Yeah, I remember that.
So a deck of cards and what? Wine?
Very fine wine glasses. A dozen.
Wine glasses.
Yes, wine glasses.
I praise them.
Overall, you'd get probably 10 GP out of them.
That's
Right.
10 more
Okay.
GP than we came in with.
Yeah,
If you
but
found somebody. They're also made of glass, and you're an adventuring party.
right, but aren't they secured in this case?
Like, sorcerer.
Well, they're in a case. Yes, they're in a box. So you could carry the box. It's probably
will the box fit in my bag?
2.5 pounds. Yeah, it could. It might be a
Done.
little unwieldy, but no reason you can't drink properly when you're out in the
Right.
fields.
The card, the deck of cards being from the streets, do they look like marked cards or anything like that?
They are not marked. They are just a standard deck of playing cards.
Okay. What are the backs?
The backs have. Let me see if I can actually show what these backs are without. Where's the damn deck? Nope, that's not them.
Just that is not good
da-da-da-da.
at all.
There you go. That looks like that. If you can see those. And roll 20.
I can see them. I cannot let chat see them.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't move those. They are where they are. It's the playing field area, but that's what the backs look like. They're kind of like they have
Move the playing
two
field area?
circles
No, I
with
can't.
diamonds in the center of each circle. One set to the top of the card, one set to the bottom of the card.
Okay. They basically have black backs, guys. There's no way I could show that off to you.
Black and gray. It's of little importance.
Everything is important to Squirrel. I will keep that set together and put it in my backpack.
Okay.
I will inform everybody that it is a set of wine glasses and deck of cards. I want to make them feel like I'm being honest that way when I steal things they don't know it. They're not suspicious.
Never trust an honest thief.
Right?
You can always trust a dishonest man to be honest.
Indeed.
No, wait, what?
But
Alright,
Okay.
I see.
The
four
doors to the south, you're familiar with already. The double doors, those lead out. You have not been in any of the doors to the north.
I think we can fix that.
Which one are you going through, Skirt?
He's in.
Who's
All
choice?
right. This appears to be a dining room. The centerpiece of this wood paneled dining room is a carved. We're gonna go with curved. With a curved mahogany table surrounded by 8 high-backed chairs with sculpted armrests and cushioned seats. A crystal chandelier hangs above the table, which is covered with resplendent silverware and crystalware polished to a dazzling shine. Mounted above the marble fireplace is a mahogany framed painting of an alpine vale. The wall paneling, is carved with elegant images of deer frolicking amongst the trees. Red silk drapes cover the windows. A tapestry mounted on the wall depicts hunting dogs and
Summon
horse
hilarious.
mounted aristocrats chasing after a wolf. Nice. This still works.
Okay. Quick investigation of the room.
Very well. The Alpine Vale. That's well, not the Alpine Vale, but the images of the deer and whatnot carved into the wood paneling is not as happy and hopeful as it appeared initially. When you're poking around the room, you actually see that their faces carved into the woods that they're dancing through, and their red, beady eyes staring out from them.
I pointed out to the party, but I don't push it any further.
That's weird because the rest of the party doesn't see it, just you.
Ooh.
I don't know what you're seeing, man.
I will then start poking at it. If Tally says she doesn't see what I'm seeing, I will then do a specific investigation on these eyes.
Before you do, I just kind of tap you on the shoulder and say, "Be careful. Anytime one of us sees something the rest doesn't in this house, this doesn't bode well."
Oh,
It does.
But am I to ignore it? I can't.
I'm saying
I
I'm saying be
investigate.
careful.
That is your prerogative, good sir.
I investigate.
All right, you investigate.
And roll investigation or something else.
Nope, you're just examining closer. It appears that the wolves that are in there, they all turn and look at you, and the one closest to you attempts to snap at you. And what appears to be a ghostly wolf head kind of comes out from the wall and grabs you around the wrist.
Do we see this? Or
You
is
do
he
not.
just like, okay.
Since I am in disbelief, does it actually grab me? Can I feel it there? Was it an attack?
Around your wrist, your forearm.
But was it an attack? Because if I felt like it was an attack, I would have triggered shield, even if it was false. If I believe I was literally being attacked,
You think it's an attack.
then I would pop a spell, even if it's fates, just because it's my reaction. Because it's
All right, the rest of the party, you see the shimmering force field go over Squirrel.
well, it might be worse than that because it's a level 1 spell.
Oh, it might be indeed. Nope.
That.
No houseplants today, kiddos. No houseplants today.
You doing all right over there?
I tried.
In reaction to the shield, you kind of snap to your senses and realize that you made the somatic components to pop your shield up, but nothing. There was no reason to.
Like nothing happens?
Yeah, like nothing happens. Like he just kind of snaps back to reality
Before or after the spell went off?
after.
Well, that was a little
Yeah.
freaky.
Sally told you not to look.
She told me to be careful. I was careful. I cast the spell. The
Well,
wolf
that spell
attack.
might save your life. Who
That's
knows?
right. See that wolf the wolf attacked me from this image, and then as soon as I cast my spell in instinct, I realized it wasn't actually happening. But was it actually happening? I'm confused.
Instinct for Men by Squirrel.
Drink another
by
one,
Squirrel.
Clef. Drink another one.
I go over to Squirrel and not like forcefully, but sort of like take him like from the back and like start escorting him away from the
Painting of doom.
yeah. Sort of like it's a good thing you're prepared, but
Not
we
waste
didn't
more
see
spells.
anything, which means that this must be the work of something dark and sinister that we don't want to be a part of. Let's move on.
Anything over there, Skirp?
There's a door of some sort.
I assumed you'd already been through it.
No, not yet. Let's see.
You sure it's not a jar?
It is not a jar.
Oh, that's disappointing.
You're back out into the main room. You see there's another door to your northeast and then a door initially there. Okay, in there is a closet. In this closet, you find... it has several black cloaks hanging and a top hat sitting upon the top shelf, which is where you would expect a top hat to be.
A top hat.
Can I reach it?
If you jump, you would be able to reach it. One of your human compatriots otherwise would reach it without issue. But you
Knock
can,
it
you can
down
grab
with my pick or something.
Yeah, that's easily done.
Tell me you wear it.
All right, I'm gonna take the top hat and bring it out of the closet with me.
Okay. You are brandishing a top hat.
Skirp has finally come out
What
of
do
the
you guys
closet,
think?
guys. With a hat on. It's fitting.
Does it fit him?
It's perhaps a little big, but
But he has
considering he's wearing a
helmet.
a visored helmet, it would fit
You
relatively.
put it on top of your helmet.
I think that is awesome.
I could. What do you think? Anybody has a look?
I think it looks amazing.
Think I could pull it off?
I think you already are.
All
I
right.
You
think-
just give
I
the
think
thumbs
that
up.
might be the
At least
one
makes you look
single
a lot
best treasure
taller
in this
and
entire
intimidating
place.
as well.
I appraise it. How much are top hats? Surprise.
It's a very well-made silk top hat. It'd probably go for a few gold, maybe 5 in the right market.
Nice. I think that is amazing. Greatest
I'm
treasure we
writing
found
down
thus
top
far.
hat.
I'd like to
How
poke
well
in.
does it fit on my helmet?
On your helmet, it fits like it would fit a human, appropriate size for it.
All right, then I will don it.
All right. Depending on how big your ears are as a goblin, it may also fit on your head appropriately.
That's what I was thinking. That I'd look like a character out of like, what's his name? That one thing.
There's this one like board game-esque thing on Steam that has like a goblin for like the front cover of it that's wearing a top hat. I just can't think of the name of it for the life of me. It would look exactly like that.
That's
I have the
hilarious.
picture I have the picture in my head. I just can't think of the name of it. I'll try to see if I can find the picture in a little bit. All right. You're going in the next room or no?
This one on the right here?
Waiting
Yeah.
for Skirp.
Yeah.
All right. He's playing fashion
Oliver
designer, man.
Twist. That's what I was trying to remember.
It would be a little less newsy, more top hatty, but yeah.
What are we after?
There's
What are we
this
doing?
the room to the northeast.
Is it open?
It is open.
Yeah.
That's a red bell.
Yes, there is in fact another red bell over here. This appears to be a kitchen.
See,
It's
that
quite
would
tidy.
make sense.
There's dishware, cookware, utensils, all placed on the shelves. It's a work table with a cutting board and a rolling pin. A stone dome-shaped oven stands in one of the corners, which is not a
Looks like a
toilet, it's a
toilet.
dome-shaped oven. There's a stove pipe and a bent iron stove pipe leading up through the ceiling. And then you see that there is a door just past that.
Peek here, is this also one of the same little...
Yes, it appears to be. There is a bell, there is a small sliding door, and a red button.
what else is behind the sliding door?
What appears to be like a shelf, like kind of like a boxed-in shelf.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Just investigating the room in general.
Yep, just to be consistent.
Nothing actually stands out. All of these seem like mundane utensils for cooking.
That's what I figured.
Let's go that way.
All right, that way, you find the pantry for this. It is well stocked. Food on all of the shelves.
Wait, is the food still good?
Wait, yeah, is the food good?
That would require a taste test. It does not
How about
appear
survival?
to be rotten in any way, however, just
How
on
about
a
a survival
cursory
check?
inspection. You could try survival. So afraid, Zeb. So afraid.
Man.
Yeah, it's probably fine.
So no one's been alive in this building for, I'm guessing, hundreds of years, and this food is still good?
You don't know that. I mean, you can suspect.
Based on decay of the bodies and bones upstairs, I'm guessing 100 years. Just random.
All right, but you're not able to
Ignorance.
determine if it's rotten or not. But it looks like it is. It's sound food
Gotcha.
to eat.
Well, the food, surprisingly enough, looks edible. If anybody wanted a snack.
Guess I'm glad, though.
I think we're okay for now.
Yeah.
Not particularly hungry.
So the
Yeah,
next-
waste your sense of
so
adventure, lads.
the next time we need to rest, we should rest in here so we have food.
Sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
Downstairs?
That seems like it's everywhere we can go, and this down here is just where we came in.
Yep, that is the
So
the
the
entrance.
southeast room trapdoor puts us back in the room where we were.
Yes.
Yes, it does. It drops you
Gotcha.
down to the.
And there was an area to the north I wanted to investigate before we went to the staircase. That
Perfect.
All right, I'm gonna drop you guys back in there then.
Yeah. Oh no. Can't see on stream.
All right.
There we go. Perfect. The
Ping
stream is
Joe
set
Rich,
up
be there.
perfectly for your pings, by the way.
Beautiful. I'll continue doing that then. All right, you are back in the room with the shadowy statue and smoky orb.
Thanks for the hosts, Cool Eagle. I hope your stream went well.
I lost Skirp already.
That's because the skirp
Oh.
knows no bounds.
That's right. Sorry, I forgot the trapdoor's over here. Okay, here we go. We'll walk it out.
Oh, that one.
Tally, did I give you a light source?
Oh, yes.
Okay, just making sure. Yeah, and you've got Fallout to 20 for dim. Alright, stop, Skirp. Let's see what we've got in here for you, lad. You are in the room. This one. Several crypts have been hewn from the earth.
Oh, boy.
Each crypt appears to be sealed with a stone slab. And you see two of said on this side. Squirrel, you see identical here. So you see one to the south and one to the north. These rooms are effectively mirrors.
Okay.
Let's say we...
I'm following the goblin. I was just moving my token.
Alright.
Line of sight. Yep, no one's taking damage at Sumanai. I will remember that one of these days.
Sumaralaida.
Aye.
Yeah, crypts. Rest in peace.
Rip.
You're not opening them? I'm gonna have to open
What?
them?
If they're crypts, why would you open a crypt?
Because we need to clear to make sure none of these... Because we're dealing with undead ghosts killing us and stuff.
Because you
I feel
opening
like-
things has not caused things to jump out of walls at you or anything.
I feel like,
Doors are the least of your problems.
given the option, the dead will stay dead if left disturbed.
I think you're crazy, but okay.
It was made by those who are dead.
There are stairs. Are we skipping the stairs?
Staircase
That staircase you have been down, that goes to
Is
the
that the-
rooms where you started.
I still had questions about the crypts. How can you tell they're crypts? Are like the doors open? Is there like a viewing window or something?
The fact that they are tagged with names, and here
Ah.
lies.
Are there any? I don't know. What are the names if it matters?
To the side that Skirp was on originally, so to Talibeth's right, Gustav Durst and Elisabeth Durst were both etched into the stone.
Mm.
Those were the parents.
Those were the parents. To where Squirrel is, we have the names Rose and Thorn etched into these, which, as you
Oh.
recall, are the names of the children.
The kids'
Uh,
crypts.
Yes.
So someone-
Skirp, where you are what appear to be empty crypts.
Okay.
They have the kind of like the stone table where like a coffin would be, but are otherwise empty. The doors unsealed.
Okay. Anything of interest in like peering into either one?
No, not unless you have a hankering for some cobwebs.
No. Good. All right. I think that pretty well covers the north end.
And
You
then
guys want to make further investigations of a crypt or something?
where Tally's heading north, that's kind of where you guys first went when you got down here. You came down the spiral staircase, went north, went west, and then that leads towards like the well and whatnot, where the free market was found.
Mm.
Moldering straw mats, etc. A short sword was in there, a silvered hairbrush, things that as I recall.
Shall we proceed to the second basement level?
To the evil.
Yeah.
One step closer.
Interesting that it gives me line of sight from here all the way over. Whoa, what's going on?
That is a weird. I think it's probably because of my light looks different because I see everybody's light move at once.
Ah,
So.
It's freaking out. Where's down? Isn't it over? There it is.
It's over by. There you go. Keep going that way.
Over by Skirp, yeah, because he's in the darkness.
Yeah, I know you can't see where he is. Sorry.
There's a map change. Might just move our tokens, I guess, and then.
Dragging you over just so I can
Oh,
copy all your
sorry.
tokens.
I intercepted myself somehow.
It's all good.
Uh,
Yes.
we were unclear. The kids' bones were still upstairs, right? In the room with the ghosts?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So are you thinking maybe before we leave we should return their bones to the crypts?
I don't know, it's a thought. I mean, it doesn't really fit Gideon, so.
You can always grind their bones to make your bread. It's always an option.
Hmm.
Just saying.
Yeah, that's I don't know much about the dead or ghosts or but no, I tend to think that that they're probably at rest the way they are. And I can't imagine how moving their corpses would do anything.
I don't know much.
I'm ready to move on then.
All right.
I don't object to it. Like if somebody else did it, I wouldn't stop them, but I wouldn't have the idea on my own.
I think for now I'm pretty focused on
Yeah, no, I'm not saying now. I'm saying before we
fairly
leave.
immediate.
I'm saying before
All
we
right.
leave
You
the
guys
house.
should be dragged down.
I'm in complete
Maybe
darkness,
black.
but I am dragged down.
Complete
I-
darkness, really?
Like the
It's
light's
strange.
gone.
Yeah.
Let me check this real quick. How is that?
That's good.
Oh,
That-
yep, I got it.
Now I can see a corridor.
Okay. Skirp, can you see to your immediate right or no?
No.
Okay, how about now?
Yep.
You just see your cone of light?
My cone of light.
Okay, cool. I see what happened. I think that was me from last time screwing with the lighting. Okay, we're good. We're back on track. You guys should be back to your normal light bits.
All right.
Before we investigate this room, would everyone be amenable to a quick bio break?
Let's
Okay.
go.
I could use a drink.
Okay, let's do that. Let's take like 5 real quick.
All right, we'll start crawl while we are waiting, guys. Here you go. Kill you some crawl.
Alright, I'll be back in 5.
Yep, be right back.
Alright, chat, we're taking a while. Kill Grawl, have fun, do your thing. Be right back.
Hello, hello.
I'm back, chat. I'm back. I hear someone else is back too. I can hear the click, 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 clack, and clack.
Yep.
Guess who's back? It must be Rap, because I can see his picture. You see the beta is an open beta for the whole week, right? For NHL?
Oh, yeah?
Yep. I returned NHL 17 today and pre-ordered NHL 18.
How much did you get for it?
$17.
That's not bad.
Nope.
I buy digital, so I don't get a chance to return things, but
That's why I buy the
yes.
physical copy for hockey, because I know every year I want to return it.
yeah,
Otherwise, it
It's
would
not a
just
bad
collect
idea.
dust.
not a bad idea. Although if it's digital, there's no dust to collect, so
Ooh.
Red 5, standing by.
Red what?
Red 11 standing by.
Gold leader standing by.
I think I got a host while I was gone, or something happened in chat, because I heard the sound in my ear. So whoever did whatever, thank you for whatever you did. Whether it was a follow or a host, I appreciate the support. Assuming it was an auto host, because my notification tool has nothing. Right? Exactly.
Kills it. I don't think you're allowed to ask for a quote ad on your own quote.
No, that was what Zeb said.
Oh,
You there, quotey person.
He can
Make note
totally-
of this.
He can quote at it. He has.
prepare these
Have
ingredients and
scales.
take heed.
He may not have enough experience points, but he has enough scales to do quote ad for the bot, right?
I might even have a free quote ad, but the
Use it through
Hold
the
on.
website. It's easier. Actually, go to that website thing and click it, and it'll let you do it easier that way than try to type it out.
There's this really cool quote on one of the magic cards from the Theros block. It was like it's a white, and it's one of like the human soldiers. I wish I remember. It was like, "You there, like Bard, make note of this." And it's just this guy like charging off in the battle with this two-hander or something. It's like the coolest. I need to go find that. Theros.
So crawl hasn't stopped. There it is. Crawl ends, and we have the winner being
Stupid Sumini. It's rigged.
Tumanai. 2,000 experience points, and Crawl's head again. Plus a chest. Did I see a chest? Oh, you got a chest, brother. That chest is how you get some real life prizes. You can get gift cards from Steam and a whole bunch of stuff, man. Make sure you redeem that chest. I mean, likely it's just going to be scales or some kind of artifact for Gatherbot, but last week or the week before, Tunnel won $20 through Steam.
Blast, can't find it. All right, has our illustrious party returned to us?
Yep.
I haven't heard Skirt say anything.
He's there.
He's there.
It looks like I did get a follow, guys,
I'll
while
do
I'm
for just a
gone.
second.
My follower goal has moved up by 1, so whoever followed, I'm sorry that my thing
Yeah.
is garbage and doesn't say, but I appreciate it.
Greg, your camera's like watching like the
It's-
Jurassic Park like security cameras of like Dennis Nedry trying to sneak out of the park. They're real bad.
Yeah, I haven't figured out what's up with it.
It's weird. Yeah. Usually you're pretty on key.
It's gonna
All
be
right.
hard to do a
Let's
puppet show.
be right back.
You restarted.
Just realized that didn't. Yeah, what? I don't know. We'll figure it out later.
We've lost
Yeah,
him
it's
to
all
the
good.
darkness, boys.
To the darkness below.
Darkness.
All right. You hear, as you enter this area, a ghostly chant emanating from the south of you.
Ooh.
Can
Can we tell what it
easily
is?
and terrifyingly discern at least a dozen voices chanting over and over again. He is ancient. He is the land. He is ancient. He is the land. He is ancient. He is the land. Repeatedly and repeatedly.
Mm.
In this area, you will note a number of alcoves, 13 to be precise. Each of these contains some kind of item. You may go along them, or I can list them in order, however you so desire.
Go for it. List them.
All right, we'll start right where above where Squirrel is, and do the clockwise, as it were.
Perfect.
We have so these are all kind of sitting up on like little shelves inside the alcoves. We have a small mummified yellow hand with sharp claws on a loop of rope. Skirp, this looks eerily similar to a hand of your race.
What?
The next, well, you have a thing for hands. The next is a knife that is carved of ivory, but upon closer inspection, it is actually what appears to be some kind of bone.
Putting my token there
The
for the
next,
visuals on chat. I'm actually still next to Skirt.
the next is a dagger with a rat's skull set into the pommel. Next, an 8-inch diameter varnished orb made of a Nothic's eye. If you don't know what a Nothic is, kids, well, I'll tell you later.
Ask your parents.
Yep, ask your parents. Next, an aspergillum carved of bone, which is a spear-like object. Next is a folded cloak, stitched of skin. Next, a desiccated frog lashed to a stick. Next still, a bag full of bat guano. which is actually a material component for you wizard types. A hag's severed finger. A 6-inch tall wooden figurine of a mummy, its arms crossed over its chest in that classic mummy pose. An iron pendant adorned with a devil's face. The shrunken, shriveled head of a halfling. And finally, a small, not finally, sorry, one ahead. No, that is the last one. A small wooden coffer. It's like, can I count? I can count. Have another beer. It's fine. A small wooden coffer containing a dire wolf's withered tongue.
Get appraisal.
This is one of those things where I imagine this is just like set out like a museum with like little like placards in front of each of them.
It's like a trophy room to me.
Because it's like, otherwise, how would you know what these items are? Like, how do you know that that's a halfling's head? How do you know that's a direwolf's tongue? But again, flavor. I've played this in my other game and in this one too. It's kind of, it has a museum feel to it almost.
I'd like to roll. Museum.
It's a quality museum.
Squirrel takes a mental appraisal of each item.
Sentimental at best.
Okay.
Like,
that's fair
maybe
answer.
You know, bat guano is a material component in a lot of spells, so you can maybe sell it to a wizard. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Also, you have. Sorry, go ahead.
Nah, you got it. Go for it.
You have 2 paths set before you, both to the south. I will tell you that the one to the southeast, you hear the lapping of water.
You want to give me a demonstration of that sound, please?
Glug, glug, glug. I don't know, man. Listen,
All right.
listen. This thing came with lighting, not sound effects. Smart ass.
You want to roll D4 for guidance and then do a religion check. So, seeing all these artifacts combined with the chanting that's going on, trying to see if there's anything that jogs my memory. So I guess it's a 14 altogether.
Water's a lapping, cleric's a jogging.
I shook a water bottle.
5 golden rings. Your rolls. Sorry, I need to get back on my roll tab here.
14
14 total. It's, you get the feeling it's some kind of occult ritual, though. To what, you know, false god or deity or whatever it might be, you don't know. Just that it's very unnerving for someone that might follow the path of the light.
Sorry, what were the words again?
He is ancient. He is the land.
That's not creepy at all.
And it just, the entire time you guys are down here, the chanting goes on.
We need to shut this guy up. He's annoying.
Is it one voice or a lot of voices?
A couple dozen voices.
Shit.
Not
That's a
sometimes
whole
they're
different
eerily in
mental image.
unison. Sometimes
I hope
not.
they're all midgets.
That's a whole different mental image. I thought it was one like ominous voice going off.
No, it's like the most evil Gregorian chanting you can imagine, and like they kind of like Doppler effect every once in a while, so it sounds like they're kind of spread out, and then they come back together as one, and so they echo and follow each other in odd patterns.
I'm gonna, after a moment's consideration, pick up the hand and put it in my bag.
Okay.
I'm ready.
You
to
have the mummified, yellowed hand of a goblin.
Thank you.
It is in fact a goblin's hand.
Also, 2 unmummified goblins.
Is it left or right hand?
With his right hand.
It's
We're gonna say
his
it's right.
hand.
Okay.
Just
Should
because
record these things.
Uses me greatly.
Does it sound like the chanting is coming from the western or eastern pathway?
As you get closer, it is most assuredly coming from the southeastern.
With the water?
Yes, with the water.
Should we just take a peek down around the corner real quick, guys, to see what's down there? On the left?
One of us takes a peek real quick.
Down the corner to the left, I can do that.
Yeah, the west side.
What's side?
Yeah, and he's gone.
And he's gone. All right. You see a long hallway, broken up by this. You see small, what appear to be cells to either side, shackles hanging, and the ones that you can immediately see in front of you.
All the way down?
All the way down. At the very back of this skirp, you see that there is a human skeleton clad in a tattered black robe hanging from the shackles here.
Oh.
So basically right on the square that you're on, there's against that backmost wall.
Okay. I think I can
Okay.
hang out there. Anything in these larger cells?
More shackles.
Okay.
As per usual, if you wish to investigate, there's various skeletons and whatnot,
Well,
human remains and
investigate.
otherwise. You can try and investigate if you so desire.
investigate.
Beautiful. A couple things. Squirrel, you notice that the body at the southernmost point of the hallway, the human skeleton in tattered black, has a gold ring on one of its fingers. In addition to that, you also find, let me, Gideon, you want to take a step back and to the right?
Sure.
Can you see that thing that I drew on there?
It's like an S or something?
Yeah, basically because of Squirrel's roll, there's a secret passage right through that wall.
Ah.
That's for the gold ring, by the way, while I'm investigating.
Okay. Oh, you're appraising it?
No, that was sleight of hand to
Sleight of hand.
take it off him without disturbing the skeleton was the
Comes away
plan.
with a couple fingers.
Yeah,
You
I
come
did wanna
away
break
with-
the finger.
You come away with the better part of a hand.
Yeah, the hope was to keep the skeleton intact while taking the ring off, but whatever.
And then you roll
I
a 6. So,
Right.
like you do.
I yell at Skirp because he's probably ways down the hallway.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay, what's up?
I found another door you missed.
Stop yelling.
Does the chanting stop when he's yelling?
No, it keeps going.
Okay, that's even creepier.
Oh, it
Stop
keeps
yelling.
going.
You want me to go in there?
Yes.
Ah, jeez.
What are we saying?
The chamber opens before you.
Lord.
Oh god, the Chamber of Secrets?
Yeah,
Why is there a
basically.
secret passage?
There's a bathroom in here. Ah,
It really feels like an unnecessary secret passage.
Look, man, it is in place. As the party enters the secret chamber, all of the chanting stops. In fact, the entire dungeon becomes silent as the grave.
is it too late to run?
Do we see anybody?
God,
You see nothing. What you see before you is on a different page.
Well, I've done it now, Skirp.
As you peer into this massive 40-foot square room, the chanting stops. Smooth masoned walls provide excellent acoustics, no doubt accounting for the echoing that you heard previously. Featureless stone pillars support the ceiling, and a breach in the southern wall leads to a dark cave heaped with refuse. Murky waters cover most of this floor. Stairs lead to the down into the murky waters. Rusty. No, I skipped a sentence. There we go. In the middle of the room, more stairs rise to form an octagonal dais that also rises above the water level. Rusty chains with shackles dangle from the ceiling directly above a stone altar mounted on it. The altar is carved with hideous depictions of grasping ghouls and is stained with a dark brown.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna start chanting.
Chanting what?
Whatever they were chanting.
He is ancient, he is the land.
I
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah.
I'll bluff that. That's a
Forgot
good
the
idea.
lyrics.
He's kind of neat and part of the earth and stuff, and it echoes off the wall, but you hear nothing back.
Can I attempt to do the same with persuasion?
He is old. He is dirty.
I join in the chanting with my persuasion. We're real. We meant to be here.
What are you persuading?
The room that we're good peoples with the persuasion of the
Wait.
chant.
I don't think this room really likes good all that much.
I address the room.
No, I'm
I'm
joining
saying-
into Scourge's chanting. I just don't have performance. I have persuasion.
I mean,
I don't have performance.
everybody
either.
has performance.
Yeah. Just because you're
We
not
all-
proficient doesn't mean you can't roll it.
I'd rather
Yeah.
have the extra +2 to get to 10 instead of the 8.
Well,
It's
it
charisma
was
based.
it was not fantastic either way. The room is not convinced by any of your performances.
We tried. I was trying
It's
to support
saved
Skirt.
against your.
All right, I was supporting him.
You guys need to work on your harmonizing.
I was following his lead. His lead was to start chanting, so I was like, okay, we got this.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, darkness,
Oh.
my old friend. Skirp, I don't think it's working.
You gotta try.
Valiant effort.
Okay, so we're not seeing anything moving or alive down here though? Like,
Not insofar, no.
and this
Any
is
fish
what?
in the water?
That looks like some sort of like wheel, like used to raise something, like perhaps the portcullis that's right next to it. Here.
Oh. So we couldn't have gotten through this way anyway.
No, you guys didn't go far enough that way to actually see it.
Neat. How deep is the water? Can I tell? Like 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 feet?
Is it murky? Is it clear?
It's murky. It is very murky.
Are
You'd
there,
have
are
to.
there fish in it?
There are no fish in the sea. You'd have to maybe
Is it algae?
test it with something, either your feet or perhaps a blade or a stick or something, just to get
How
an
about a
idea of
goblin?
depth.
A wise goblin knows never to step into a puddle he can't see the bottom of.
Well, you're not wise, are you?
I am a paladin.
So you're
So
charismatic.
no.
Yeah, you're charismatic.
How dare you?
Is there algae?
Algae? No.
Allergy?
Okay,
Oh.
so that
Yes,
means
there
it's
was an
not-
elegy. It was that
Yeah.
chanting.
So it's not a stagnant water. There is movement. if
Well,
there's
it's
algae.
murky anyway.
Well, still there would be algae if it was stagnant water.
There is a slight kind of
Algae.
pulsing to it as it ripples against the edges of the stone and
Okay, so,
accounts
so
for
there
the
is a
rippling
flow
sound.
of water. I just want to point that out. There is flow of water, gentlemen. This isn't just a puddle. This isn't water just poured here or summoned. It is actually has a somewhat of a current per se. Maybe not a current, but
Something gives it motion.
right. Whether it's something swimming or not, there's motion to this ocean.
Does anybody have? I'm not even sure. I probably have something. I need something that sinks. Just something small.
There's a
Is it
goblin right
goblin?
next to you.
I was gonna say there's a goblin right next
Smaller.
to
And I'm wearing like half plate, so I'm pretty sure I sank.
me.
That's true.
I have a question about
I'll
Mage
take-
Hand.
Sure.
If I start telling Mage Hand to go through the water, will I know when it hits the bottom?
You won't know, but you'd have to have line of sight to it, so it kind of depends on how far into the murky water you can actually see. Because it doesn't just like pass through solid objects.
I have a
Let's give it.
I'm going to take a goblin anchor. Yes.
I have a crowbar.
Do you want that? Okay. So
Pleasant
throwing things.
I'm going to take a.
Sorry.
You've got a crowbar. I've got 50 feet of rope. And so I'm going to tie a knot around the crowbar.
Very well.
And I'm
Toss the
going to
goblin.
toss the goblin. Go attach the goblin as bait. No. Go and cast light on the crowbar and toss it into the water, and like slowly let it go down and see like how far and see what I can see.
All right. It does not go terribly far, and you could do like a rope test on it, like how much of the rope got actually wet, and find out about 2 feet in depth.
So that's underwhelming.
Yeah, I was a little more worried there. But
I untie, get the crowbar back, and dismiss the light
Like-
spell and say sorry.
PCs over-engineering every solution.
well, I mean,
That's still like half of my feet.
That's true. That's true. To small characters, that's a problem potentially.
We just see the little top hat above the surface moving.
okay. Well, first things first. Before we explore any of the center of the room,
Is this all bones?
Gideon
What bones? Where?
is
It's like it looks like bones and like discarded refuse and almost like a trash pile.
Okay. As Gideon was doing what now?
Gideon's going to, well, at least testing the water to make sure he doesn't, fall into a pit in the water. Gonna spin this thing to open the way out.
Okay. It opens. The heavy clang of it actually causes some rats to scurry about, and they scurry kind of all over the place. Some that were in the water make their way swimming up onto the dais. Others run out the portcullis. Others still go up the stairs. They otherwise try to get away from the water, spooked by the sound.
Okay. So there are rats in here.
Right? I didn't hear any mention of rats in the description. I got confused. I just figured I missed it.
They were hiding.
Where?
But the
I
loud
don't know.
bang of the portcullis basically like caused them to start swarming and running which way in that. Remember, there's not really anything living down here terribly
Rats?
often. No, there is now. You guys.
Who says they're living? Maybe
So-
they're zombie rats. Don't be judgmental.
Zombie doll.
I'm going to thinking of going over here and investigating the centerpiece. Anybody opposed to that?
I'm sorry, I missed it. Investigating the what?
I'm gonna go investigate the center part. Anybody opposed to that idea?
Dais?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Gideon will back
disgusting.
him up.
Thank you, Notori. I needed that. I moved to here and started investigating the center area unless you set a trap off and kill me.
Okay, I do not set a trap off. However, 13 specters in dark hooded robes appear on the ledges
Jesus.
all the way around the room. So like next to like
Victoria.
Skirp and Tally and everything. No faces, no anything. Each appears to be holding what's like kind of like a torch, but the torch itself is this kind of baleful black purplish light. And the room again fills with chanting, and this time it's "One must die. One must die."
Is there a rat
And-
that I can kill close by?
All of the like you see that the torches are actually like longer staves, and they're like start slamming them into the ground like in rhythm with "One must die," and it's so loud. No initiative is required presently,
So,
but I thank you for your foresight.
do I finish my investigation of this thing then, real quick, or?
Yes, and it is as before. You see the altar carved with depictions of ghouls grasping. It's very obvious that this is some kind of sacrificial altar. The brown stains can only be blood.
That's
That's
disturbing.
disgusting.
And the chanting continues, cacophony that it is.
So you said they just appeared and they're like
Yes, as soon as Squirrel stepped onto the dais.
Are they?
Can we see them, or do you have tokens
You can
for
see them.
Or?
I mean, you can see them, but they're ethereal, effectively. Like you
Okay,
could
so
step through them. You
we're
could,
talking slightly translucent type of
yeah.
thing.
They're
Okay.
like ghosts.
Could I take them?
Like like in a
To the front?
fight,
That is
or
the question. I
no.
16 on my religion check.
You're actually not sure that they require you to fight them, but with religion, you're clear on what their intent is. They expect you to make some kind of sacrifice on this altar.
Oh, yeah, I was definitely following that one.
Again, is there rats in the area? Cause
Yes, on the altar, or on the dais.
Can I attempt to sacrifice a rat?
You should make
Yes, you can.
That was
We're
my
just
plan.
gonna piss them off really badly, I bet.
What do you want me to roll for that?
Gross cults. Nothing. You grab a rat and do you have a dagger or something?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. In which case, you grab a rat, take it to the altar, and Kildup has other options apparently.
Well, that's just the backup
What if
plan.
this doesn't work?
Always a plan B. And you dispatch the rat. I assume in some kind of kind manner, you monster.
I start from the chin and got it all the way down to its tail. Underbelly.
Wow.
All right.
That's less than kind.
Yeah.
The hooded figures all around the room kind of finally give this one massive sigh of relief, and they all dissipate with one final, "He is ancient. He is the land."
Ooh. Oh.
I'm actually really surprised that worked.
And there's this odd sense of relief throughout. Like before, there was always kind of this overarching barometric pressure bearing down on the whole place, and it almost feels like whatever storm was brewing in here has passed. Like some prophecy made real. Like the entire place took a sigh of relief.
That is the most significant rat kill in D&D history.
Right? Do you remember when I fought a rat in your second edition game for 4 hours?
It was a dire rat, and actually then turned into a rare rat. But yes, I do remember.
Jesus.
We missed each other for the entire session.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. I look back at the religious one. That actually seems semi-logical. Not the goblin, in case anybody's confused, with the raised eyebrow.
I shrug, and I'm like, I guess you did what they wanted you to do. I think you're an honorary member at this rate.
I've finished the investigation of the room, I guess. Investigating the bone mass last.
Oh yeah, what is that? Did you say it's a bone mass?
There are some bones in there, but it looks like a trash pile, kind of.
Oh.
I do that last, but I investigate the room.
It's breathing, ever so slightly. But it's
I don't
breathing.
get that close then. This thing's alive, boys, girls, goblins.
The portcullis has been raised. That was what caused the rats to scurry about initially.
Yeah, I went and raised it when we first got in here.
Okay.
Apparently,
this isn't just a trash pile. There's either something inside of it, or it itself is an entity, and it is probably ancient and one with the land.
Anybody have a torch? Do we have a lit torch right now?
Not a real.
I
one.
believe Gideon does.
I only carry fake ones.
All right.
Are you going to borrow the torch from Gideon?
I normally save this for more important things, but I'm going to hurl at the pile of
Oh
bones
God,
a vial of oil.
we could just leave.
We could just leave.
I'm with the goblin on this.
Okay.
I don't know if
He's
setting
done it.
something on fire and water is that wise. It's just a good way of
I
pissing.
think that's why the oil.
Ah, true. Oil. That makes sense. No, GG.
So I'm gonna hurl the vial of oil at the bone pile, and then prod at it with the torch.
Okay. It catches, and one massive voice rises, and it says, Lorgath, the Decayer, we awaken thee. And now you can roll initiative.
Oh,
Why? We could have left.
immediately religion check.
Oh, the reason we
If
came
I'm
down
allowed
was to make sure that we were safe, right?
We came
Right.
down because we were stuck here, but
But you think the sacrifice saved it? We could have left and not fought this boss?
just based on the description, yeah.
I see where you're coming from. I think we would have been wrong ultimately, but I see where you get the logic from.
Like, I think Script's major motivation for coming down here was to make sure that all the evil was cleansed from the house.
Pretty sure the best way to do that is just to burn the whole thing down.
You know, I am really on your side on that one.
Why is my token the only one that showed up with his proper name? Or is that just on my side?
Mine showed up with proper name. I just don't
mine does
think
too.
we have permission to see each other.
Okay.
Well, there's no permission tied to the initiative order.
Well, the
Oh,
turn
well,
order only
I
showed
can
up
only
with
see
my
my
name.
name, and they can only see their own name.
Yeah.
That's really weird.
It's fine.
It might be because we can't see each other's character sheets or something.
We all
I
know
was,
what
I
we
was
look
just
like.
curious,
Or whatever.
but chat knows what the tokens look like. We're fine. All right, chat. The bet I started at the beginning of the stream is about to come true. We'll see who wins as soon as Pef kills somebody.
Who will survive?
Did setting it on fire hurt the thing?
We don't know yet, but let's find out.
I mean, does he roll damage, or is it just like a...
Hold on, I need to add this thing too. Da-da-da-da-da.
Again, I'm betting it is ancient.
And one of
He's
the earth.
old and dirty.
And one with the earth. Thank you. I couldn't remember the second part. I think I'm done with 2 beers.
I think it was just he is the land. Not
Oh, he is the earth.
For some reason, this is
Wrote
not
it
letting
down.
me add it to the initiative order, and I don't know why. Let me.
He is
I'm gonna-
Captain Planet.
I'm gonna clear this order real quick and then restart it, but we'll keep the same rules.
9, 20, 10, 13.
He doesn't really look like he could leave if we went out the door.
I think that's wishful thinking, buddy.
Interesting.
Not a token or something? Something wrong?
It appears to think it's not a token.
Why is there
Maybe
2 of them?
it's on the wrong layer or something.
No, it's on the right layer. Oh, there we go. Let's try that. There we go. I thought it was a drawing.
You're wrong.
Face the drawing. That's a new bug. I'll have to report that later. All right. Let me see. Squirrel.
13.
What was your initiative? 13.
Moose squirrel.
And Skirp.
Killed it. I'm so sad you didn't name your
10.
character Moose.
All right.
I'm happy I didn't.
Let me see here. Skirp, first things first, give us a D4.
I can do that.
All right, so you have done 4 fire damage to it.
Oh, I'm so good at this.
It is also currently on fire.
Oh.
there a way to tell your character sheet that you had a long rest?
No.
Not a button, I don't think.
Can use that icon for fire. Tally, as this great thing basically rises from this pile, and Skirp sitting there going, with his, brandished torch. You're the first to actually, come to heads or tails about the whole thing and react.
Okay. Any chance I can cash in on the religion roll I made right before initiative?
Yes, in that it will get you nothing in terms of what this creature is.
I guess they mentioned a name.
Yes, it was Lorgath the Decayer.
Okay.
Nothing in your religiousness that sounds like that's a thing.
Decayer. Okay. Well, man, this guy seems like a bundle of fun.
More fun than a
So-
bear with monkeys.
The bundle of joy the
Indeed.
stork brought him.
Indeed.
What are we gonna call Scripts Stork from now on?
Never target. Okay. So, upon seeing this thing come up, I am going to cast, assuming I can do that. Yes, I can.
Yes, you can. I want my.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
I'm getting Manuel out, and I don't like these PDF entries. They're not written terribly well.
I'm going to
Come here,
cast
Manuel.
Bless. And who makes attack rolls? I guess 3 of you all make attack rolls, right?
We all make
Yeah.
attack rolls, I think, don't we?
All right, the 3 of you are blessed. Get blessed. Hashtag blessed. Basically, anytime any of you 3 make an attack roll or a saving throw, put a D4 on it, just for everything until
For the next
minute,
10 rounds.
for the next 10 rounds. So if we're still here after that,
Did you say saves and abilities or just spells?
attack rolls or saving throws.
Okay. You can set that in
much
your
better.
character sheet.
Oh, you can?
Yep.
Where does it go?
Core stats, bonus, and penalties.
Oh, and the bomb left there. Oh, hey, yeah, we know.
That's just 2 attack rolls, right? Not damages.
Attack rolls and saving throws.
Okay. A mighty action. Any movement you wish to take?
I'm going to get out of the water. So I'm going to back up just a bit.
All right.
And yeah, get out of the water. That's it.
All right. Its turn, and it's going to go for the nearest target, which is our dear Script Ripper.
That's what
Our
I'm here
dear
for.
Script Ripper, and he takes 2 attacks against you.
Oh shit.
Both of them slams with its mighty, massive, like just encrusted with gross and anything dripping with fetid water paws, as far as you can tell.
Oh man, this is my home field here in the muck.
The
and slime.
first is a 24 to hit.
That's definitely hit.
The second is a 15.
Doesn't he get bonus 4 to AC or any AC because it's a small versus large creature?
That's up to him to decide if his AC is modified by, like, I assume that's already taken into account by his character sheet. He doesn't actively get it because this thing's standing looking over him. Like, that's a character stat, not something that's added per combat.
I just wasn't sure if 5th edition had size differential.
I will leave that up to our intrepid goblin to decide if that is a thing on his
Uh,
character sheet.
well- We'll pretend like it doesn't matter for this turn, and then I'll go and look it up. But I don't think so.
All right, the first attack does
That result is
9 damage. Also, you are wow, this sucks. You are grappled, and it gets to use its engulf ability on you.
Oh, come at me.
The Shambling Bound, in case you guys aren't wondering, that's what you're fighting, engulfs a medium or smaller creature grappled by it, which it auto does on the hit. It is blinded, restrained, and unable to breathe.
Oh, jeez.
And you must succeed a DC. I won't tell you the DC because it's more amusing, but make a con save.
Plus D4.
Joke's on him. He just listed all my fetishes.
Okay.
Oh.
You take 15 damage.
Holy
And
shit.
He's dead.
You may attempt a dex saving throw on your turn to escape this.
Is that zero?
I would, were I
Except he's
alive.
unconscious, and
It's technically at -1, but that's not a thing in game, right?
No, I'm just at 0.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. He'll make death saving throws next round. Squirrel, you're up. The thing will basically, like, Skirp is attached to it as it moves forward and stops here and just, like, menaces you, like, in your face.
I are scared. Is there any knowledge check that might tell me its weakness? Anything? Nothing?
Anything that you think would apply to it from your sorceress origins.
Nope. Probably not.
Not terribly much, other than you're fairly certain this is some form of a shambling mound.
I need to move away from it.
That is probably smart.
Going to cast a spell instead, because hoping it's undead, honestly. It's in water? It is in water.
It is in water, yes.
We're gonna electrocute it.
All right, what's our total to hit there? So you reach out with your shocking hand, and you touch it, and it doesn't react, at least not in the way you thought it would. Instead of, like normally like things with electricity like kind of give like this like stunned maneuver.
Mhm.
If anything, it looks maybe a little bit larger and perhaps emboldened by the
are you
strike.
telling me he just healed it?
Either
I'm
way,
telling you
did
that it does not look like it had the intended effect.
but it did have an effect, correct?
Well,
It got bigger and stronger.
Right. So I do feel that my spell hit it, even if
yes,
I
your
healed it.
spell hit it. Yes.
All right. I will then use my movement to move away, hoping that my spell did take effect and it cannot take reactions to smack me in
Okay,
the face.
it takes an attack of opportunity.
Damn it!
And it
Oh,
makes
God.
its slam attack. 14 to AC.
Nope.
Okay, it misses.
I
You
believe my
still get to
AC.
move though, right?
Yes, I believe my AC is 15. Verifying. Yes, 15.
Skirp, roll a d4 because it's
I'm
still on fire.
So on it.
I don't understand how to save him.
Other than killing this thing, I have no idea.
All right, now make your death saving throw.
You still
He's
get
also
D4.
suffocating though.
Yep, I know.
I'm talking to Zeb.
All right, one success.
Yes, it is.
And one failure because it does auto damage.
So wait, he
Sorry,
has 2
'cause it
death
does auto
failures,
damage?
correct? Or no?
He has one death failure and one death save.
Even though you hit him for all of his health In one hit?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
It was
It just
actually
takes
2 hits.
0. Well, the second hit was, yeah, the grapple.
Second hits was not going to 0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why does
It
he
has
have
to be-
a death fail already?
Because
Every time
it
he
does
takes
auto
damage.
damage. Like, as long as he has it grappled, it does damage to him.
Oh, okay.
We have to free
And
him to save him, otherwise
With
he
death
dies in
saving
2
throws.
turns.
He doesn't, like, go negative con or anything. He just takes a death saving throw.
Okay, that's why.
Failure.
Because he's attached to it. Okay.
Yeah. But it's still on fire, and it's still raging, and it's still Gideon's turn. Well, rather, it is Gideon's turn for the first time.
Gideon's going to move back here and launch an arrow downwind. Got it. I just have to remember how to roll attacks because it's been
May
so
fire
long.
the laser when you're ready, sir. That is definitely a hit. And it will take a mighty 4 damage.
Yeah.
Anything
Only
else for
level 2
us?
guys.
Only level 2.
Does it look like it's taking damage from the fire?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Tally,
Hi.
you are up.
Uh-huh. Can I move away from him freely since he hasn't attacked me yet? Am I engaged with him in melee?
You are engaged with him in melee.
Uh-huh.
He only gets 1 reaction per round, though, right? So
That is true also.
So you can get out of... Yeah, you've already seen him swing at me.
He's
so-
taking his reaction because it's not back to his turn yet.
Right.
But it sounds scary if I say it the other way.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna skedaddle over to here and fire up. No, we're gonna have to be more aggressive. I'm going to channel divinity, raise my shield, and bright light just floods the room. And so each hostile creature needs a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. What kind of effect is it?
Creature takes radiant damage equal to 2d10 plus cleric on a failed throw half. From
Got it.
A successful one.
Just curious. You said it's a con save?
He has a con save. 2d10 plus cleric level.
Oh, shizer. That's a save, though, right? So we're fine. Not a
Okay,
hit.
so he'll take
He takes
half
half.
of 15, so 7.
I think you just saved someone's life because that was his next T20, so...
Because
Not
that's
critting
what,
somebody.
he was going to roll that 20 on the attack.
It was going to happen anyway. It was foretold.
alrighty.
All right, Shambling Mound. Moves, just
Somehow the
assume
mage ends up being in the front line again.
Skirp is on it.
Well, you could have fled further.
Yeah, I'm on the front line.
I assumed water
There's the
was...
front
line.
Skirp is
You're
still
on the
attached to
midline.
it.
I figured the water was hindering terrain, so I figured I can only go that far. I went as far as I thought I could.
Never hurts to ask.
You missed!
All right, well, the first attack still hits. Let me check something real quick here. Okay. Plus... Where's my... There you go. All right, so the one attack you
Jesus
take does
Christ.
18 damage.
Don't worry about it.
Oh my god.
And you're
Don't
down.
worry about it, he says.
Can I just for shits and giggles react to the attack and cast a shield
You can attempt to react to the attack, yeah.
and see
If you have a reaction that you use
I
it.
do. I'll have my wild surge. Hopefully it procs and saves my life.
While I'm standing right next to him.
Damn it! So close. All right, I'm still down.
Oh my god.
All right, well,
Has he eaten 2 people now?
He let the other, like he hit the other one and just let him drop.
So
He did not
is
eat me.
Script still, or Skirp, sorry, is he still on the?
Yep, he's still attached to it,
Okay.
and it does auto damage, and he takes another death saving throw.
Dun, dun.
Squirrel, it's your turn. Make it a death saving throw.
That saving throw. Where's that button? Where's that button?
It's a D20.
That saving throw's right there. +1 because it's a saving throw.
+1.
You blessed me, homie. It's a saving throw.
You get plus D4.
You get 1d4, yeah.
Oh.
I
Not
forgot to
Pathfinder,
roll that
son.
on my attack.
Oh. Can I? Does that work if I just put a D4 in this?
I don't know.
I'm gonna
but you're
re-roll
good,
it.
so-
I get 10. I want to. Okay. I'm gonna test this.
The +1 doesn't change the D4, so.
Okay, but
In
that
fact,
does
that was
work
worse.
for future reference.
All right.
On the saving bonuses and penalties, you can put in a 1d4.
Skirp, roll your save. Believe in you.
Oh,
Oh, shit. Is that a dead goblin?
Yeah.
That's 3 death saves, right?
That is 3
Did you
death
get hit?
saves.
Ugh.
Gideon, you're up.
I was so close.
The squirrel has gone down. The goblin is still attached.
Gideon
And
is
Tally
going to
looks
speak.
terrified.
He does this very rarely. He shouts at the cleric, "Cleric, can you get him out?" And then he will take another shot at the creature. This is not going to work. All right, it's this plus 1d4. I'll roll it if I need to.
That is a hit.
Okay.
The arrows just continue to sink into this thing. It's not slowing.
Gideon. So they've got a door there. It's just barely possible that she might be able to get him up and out that door. Gideon's going to back up a couple steps into the hallway,
Okay.
where you can still see the creature, but
Well, you've got range of 600, so I mean,
yeah.
and you've
I'm
got
just
line of
talking
sight.
about, like he's not turning the corner, but he is backing as far as he can.
And there are other light sources in the room with him. So like Tally's
Yeah.
shield, for
And-
example, would illuminate enough for you to see.
Plus, he's on fire.
He is also on fire. All right, Tally. Squirrel has
Sorry.
gone down. Like he took a fist from this thing and just collapsed.
And Skirp is like dead.
You don't know the
So,
Skirp's dead, but you know that he's
Well,
like hanging off of this
He
thing.
got eaten, didn't he?
that's
Oh, I thought he got consumed or something.
No, he's like attached to it, like he's stuck to it, but you guys have no idea what
Okay.
his health is actually like.
So can I take an action to try to drag Squirrel's body with me
Yes, you can.
as I move? Okay.
Do you have the ability to revive him? That might. I don't know.
Mm-mm.
Oh, you don't have any healing?
It would be your action to
Oh.
basically grab him and then try to move.
Revive is a very. I cannot
Oh.
bring back from the dead at this
I'm
point.
just meaning if you can get him above 1 HP,
So I'm going
he becomes
to.
mobile.
How far can I drag? Am I able to drag him?
We'll say you can drag him half your speed.
Okay. So I can get him like. So
That's
this is what I'd like to do. I'd like to try to drag him to safety, and then like place myself like in front of him, like put myself between me and the monster
Oh.
essentially. But like as far back as I can like take us to safety because I
And
don't
through
want to tumble.
through the secret door or up the.
Yes.
All right. So if
Yeah.
you go through the secret door, because of how the retreat's going to work, you're going to take an attack of opportunity.
And if I would take an attack of opportunity if I went up.
Yes,
The
it's
north,
it's
right?
kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. He's going to
Okay.
hit you no matter what you do.
Let's see. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to. If he chooses to take an attack of opportunity, I'm going to use warding flare.
Okay.
So he'll have disadvantage on attack.
What's the effect on warding flare?
If I'm attacked by a creature within 30 feet that I can see, you can use a reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll, causing light to flare, an attacker cannot be blinded. Oh, I'm sorry. If an attacker cannot be blinded, it is immune to this feature.
It is immune to this feature then.
Okay. I'm still doing my thing.
All right, he's still going to attack.
All right.
We are also fucked.
Yay!
14 does not hit your AC.
Correct.
No, he just
Okay.
punches into the wall next to you, and like part of the masonry falls away.
Okay, so I'm going to drag. So I have 30 movement speed. So can I move, like drag him like twice, basically?
You can drag him half your speed. So you
Yeah.
could the furthest you could drag him would be 15 feet.
But
Okay,
can
so,
he
like, I
can he move twice? Like
So I can.
Oh, like he could double move? No,
Like-
because double moving is an action, and so like you're using your action to effectively make this happen.
So I'm not going to double move. I guess I'm just trying to work out the math real quick. So I'm
Yeah, the
going
most you can move with like this guy in tow, it's like being over encumbered is half your
20.
speed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to work out the math in terms of like where I'm going to be at and where he will be at. So like, is that as far as I can drag him?
You can go 5 feet the other left more. That would be 15. Because
Okay. Can I drag him like up instead?
yeah, you can shove him behind you effectively, or up
Yeah.
or down.
Yeah, I'm going to shove him up, if you don't mind, Zeb.
Yeah, you're effectively like imposing
Okay.
yourself between him and the shambling man, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And
Wait, is
as
that what
a
you're calling
bonus, do what?
he called it a shambling mound.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what he's called it a couple times.
It
Oh,
is
I
a
hadn't heard
shambling
of
mound.
Is that what it's called?
Oh
Yeah.
God.
And so, as a bonus action, I will cast Healing Word on Deer Squirrel.
All right. Healing words bonus.
Sorry?
What kind of action's healing word bonus?
I'm sorry, yeah, bonus action.
Okay.
Alrighty. So Squirrel should be at 5 HP at this point, I guess.
All right.
And alive. Or up.
Shambling mound o'clock. It moves up and distorts its way like through
Oh no!
the small space, and
I
so
was
it's
hoping it couldn't fit.
it's squeezing at this point, but it can still reach in here, and it
Mhm.
keeps pursuing. Second attack.
Mother-
All right, that could have been worse. 7 damage.
First one to survive a hit.
Yeah.
Hit.
On near minimum damage.
Squirrel, you're up.
Flee.
Well, in that you have 5 hit points and are on the ground.
Keep running.
I'm going to cast a minor illusion of Tali where she is standing, so that way when she hopefully retreats,
You cut out.
there's an. Hello? Am I good?
I heard
We got you
minor
now.
illusion.
Okay.
of-
I'm going to cast a minor illusion of Tali where she's standing, so that way when she retreats theoretically, she looks like she's still standing there.
You keep cutting out, man.
Yeah, you cut out again.
I don't know why I'm still cutting out. I'm going to make a minor illusion of Tali where she's standing now.
Alright.
So that way, if she
Okay.
retreats, she looks like she's still there, and I'm moving my movement speed backwards.
Okay. All right. Skirp,
Yo.
you sit up and you look around, and you're not in this creepy, weird dungeon with these massive things chasing you, and there are no undead or anything else. You're in the middle of what, looking around, you realize is a cemetery, and all around you, in your arms, kind of hanging off your arms and still wrapped around your legs, is all of this this plant matter, like the plants have tried to grow over you and like pull you into the ground almost. And it's this odd sensation as you see the mist kind of swirling back and around, and you can make out bits of detail as it kind of clears and ebbs and flows around the graveyard. And as you kind of sit up, you realize that you have something to put your back against behind you, and it's a tombstone.
Yeah.
And you can look over your shoulder, and you see, much to your horror, your name written into this piece of stone.
Oh, double horror.
Yeah. And you realize that you might have died, but you're not sure. You start examining yourself. You look at your hands, and they've taken on kind of this gray, pale cast, and you don't understand the current situation that you're in.
Yeah. Just one small addendum to that is that I can't read. So
Yes.
In
this situation, you have
I have a gut feeling.
you know what's written on that tombstone,
Okay.
and you know that it's your name.
He didn't
You know-
mean his character. He means he can't read.
I can't read.
No, Gideon, you're up.
Crap. So can I still see? I can't see into that room anymore, can I?
Mm-mm.
You can see that there's kind of like the flickering of firelight coming, but you don't see the creature anymore.
Crap. Gideon's going to start this. Oh, look, he spots
Squirrel.
squirrel. So he's going to wave him on, try to get out. Run! And I guess he's going to stop there with his bow drawn, aiming down, waiting for the thing to try to follow.
All right.
And I'll pass.
Is the shambling horde or whatever still on fire?
It is still on fire. That reminds me, Skirp, you should roll a d4 because it's still your fire damage.
Oh yeah.
You've been dead since the first round, and you've done the most damage.
It's true. Aw, yeah, baby. Look at them. Look at them sweet d4s. All right. Gideon, anything else other than that bit? Sorry. I was dealing with some things. Don't worry about it.
Yes, things.
Take that as a no from Gideon. Right? Squirrel. Gideon. Sorry. Kill this. Kill it.
Oh my god, I was muted and...
Come in. Your landing gear is down.
So Kilda's turn, or Gideon's turn was just aiming down, hoping the shambling mound would
Okay.
turn the corner. So
You're just holding.
yep.
All right. Tally, it's your turn.
Okay,
It comes after you.
alrighty.
Sumanai, that's awesome. Best Giphy ever for the situation.
Alright. Go ahead, disengage and run.
All right. Disengage action.
Whee! Not run, I
Way.
guess. 5. Why'd you stop here? Keep going.
That's as far as I can move.
Alright. And I guess I'll stay peeking around the corner to see if it follows.
Remember, there's a image of her still standing there.
Mm-hmm. And because it has an int of 5, it will attempt to actually smash this thing in the face because it doesn't know any better.
Okay, cool. And
As I determined, a modifier of -3 means you're stupid. You try to hit the thing that's in front of you.
it fails.
Would a 16 hit your AC normally?
No.
Okay. It just it smashes into the wall next to it, just flat out missing. And to this point, it doesn't actually realize that you're not still standing there. How long does the illusion last?
I meant to cast it so chat could even read it, so it's right there. 1 minute.
Minor illusion. Is it a first level or no? It's a cantrip. It says right there.
Cantrip.
Never mind. All right. Squirrel, you're broken, bloody, running from a giant plant monster. What will you do with your life?
You kind of just said it. Run from a giant plant monster.
Okay.
Double
That seems
move.
like
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm upstairs. Fuck you, bitches. I yell, Gideon, let's go. On the way by. We out.
Skirp, you sit kind of in this like existential, like what just happened, and you're vaguely aware of like the hit that knocked you down, and like being like stuck to this thing as it like moves, and kind of the horror as you can't help your friends. You see it punch Squirrel and him hit the ground, and then this blackness, and you're finally able to kind of stand up and kind of take stock of your surroundings and your bearings, and you feel this pull into the fog that surrounds you, like you need to walk that way. There's something there that you have to go after, and nothing will sate that thirst until you find it.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yep. I will follow that urge then,
Okay.
and let my heart lead me in the direction.
From like the kind of like cinematic viewpoint, you see this pale, like gray-skinned Skirp like stand up and brush this plant matter from his armor, and he pulls up his visor, and the camera would pan around, and you see just these like black, lifeless orbs as he walks into the mist. Gideon.
Yes, sir. Gideon's
You may
up.
have a turn.
Can he tell the tally's there?
Gideon?
See light, maybe.
See the light. That's definitely true.
Okay, he's gonna shout, or try to shout. It's gonna come out more of a croak. Clear, come on! And then he's gonna head for the door, or the staircase. Oh, I'm sorry, I should probably count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I'm ready. I'm done.
All right, Tally.
He's not waiting for you. Sorry.
So I'll look back. I guess I saw it attack the illusion. I'm like, rest in peace, sir. The bravest goblin I ever knew. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And running, is that like an action, just basically sacrifice for more movement?
In 5th, I don't
forget what it
know.
is.
It's an
I
action.
feel
Something like
yeah, I think it's like 4x move.
It's the dash action,
Okay.
and it just gives you another move.
I guess everybody's like right in front of me, but I don't have anything else to do, so I'll just follow up right behind them.
Okay, we're all leaving as soon as my.
I had enough movement to make it upstairs. I just don't.
Okay.
Yeah, if I
Then
double
you-
back now.
Then you both disappear up the stairs. Tally is still there. This thing, hold on a second, will take a slam attack at the ethereal, and it hits,
Mhm.
and it will try to do its damage, and this is at the point when it realizes that it just goes straight through this,
Yeah.
and you just hear this like primal bellow,
Just like fighting the goblin again.
and like the whole like foundation shakes as it slams the wall with its second attack. It's incredibly pissed off at this going on. Squirrel,
Yar.
you're up.
I'm upstairs somewhere. I don't remember what that map looks like.
I mean, if both Squirrel and Gideon make it upstairs, I have enough movement with a dash to get upstairs as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
If he wants, it might just make it easier to.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, at this point, it would take it 3 turns to try to catch you where it is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We should head for the trapdoor and get out, right?
Wow.
But this shit, I'm out.
All
All right, so the rest of the party
fog outside.
effectively escapes this creature,
Sorry, Skirp.
and
You just a goblin.
it bursts out into the mistless, well, not mistless, but exceedingly receded mists surrounding this town. And you see what kind of feels almost like a gothic, like medieval London, but very, very small, like a very small version of it. Like gaslight lanterns hang from poles on the along the street sides. You actually hear like other living things. You see lights from buildings. It's nothing like the village you came into when you first came into this town. It almost feels like this place actually has life in it, which is in stark contrast to everything you've seen up to this point.
Do we see anybody actually moving? Like,
You
see
hear
actual life or just signs of life?
you see signs of life. You hear a weeping, like a gentle weeping, probably coming from a few, like these are like row houses, down the line, and you hear a gentle, like what sounds like wheels going on cobblestone, and a bell.
Can I? What would be a good thing for like rolling like disbelief or like trying
Will.
to turn like
Like will.
willpower?
Yeah, you
Okay.
could, if you have more insight, you could try to roll insight for it.
I feel like an idiot. Where's my will save? There's not really a will save, I guess, right? It's the
Yeah, it'd be a wisdom
attribute
saving throw.
system. Okay. we're in London, aren't we?
Or something like, not necessarily London, but something, like that description. It's like kind of like Jack the Ripper times,
Yeah.
Gotham by Gaslight type feelings.
Insight to my surroundings.
So now I'm questioning. So I come out there like now questioning if like everything inside the house was like everything up to this was like some really weird nightmare that I'm like somehow waking up or like am in a lucid state of. Something seems incongruent entirely.
My insight give me anything, Beth?
This is reality. Like, you walked out of this house into maybe a different plane, maybe something else. You're not sure, but this is real. Like, you have no doubt in your mind, like, this happened. Like, you lost Skirt back there.
Is the house
Like,
still
that
behind me?
happened. It is still behind you, though it pales in nature to what it was before. While it was the kind of the one beacon in the darkness, now it's this run-down, shambled, shutters hanging off of it. Parts of the roof looks like they're collapsed in house.
I point this out to these guys, and I tell them I'm pretty sure this is reality. I have no idea what I don't understand what happened back there.
You keep cutting out. Sorry, man.
Still cutting out? I don't understand. My stuff doesn't show me cutting out. It must be Discord. Discord sucks.
I don't know if it's just your level of Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I again say that where we're at now is definitely reality, without a doubt. I don't understand what happened in that house where we're at there, but this is I'm pretty sure where we're at now is reality.
Oh, well, everyone is going to see that eventually anyway, so it broke up the things. So, Skirp, take all those things and add them to your character sheet. And we're going to add a little bit of flavor here. So let me get us out to actually what's going on, so you guys aren't completely lost. We're gonna catch everybody up about what's going on. So you guys should see the zone transition here.
I see black. And my big fat D20.
Yeah.
How about, does that bring you anywhere?
Black. It brought me more blackness.
All black.
What? All right, I'm just gonna reveal the whole area. Hold, please. It doesn't say.
Yeah, I don't know what
There's
it is. Stream. It's something about
literally-
Discord.
There's literally no fog on this. Let me turn on Fog of War and then reveal. See if that helps. If not, I can fake it. All right, how about now?
Black screen.
No.
Still black.
Makes no sense.
Layers or
Let
roles or
me. I know what I can do to fix this.
It's weird that Discord would cut out because the fact that they use the same mic. Like, I don't understand why one.
So
cuts out and
while
one-
I'm working on this, there's the fog is still present, regardless of it being, you know, all encompassing or anything. It's less of like an adversary at this point. It clings to like the streets and the edges of buildings and everything, except for one dark alley between the death house that you just came out of and the next house over to it. And from these mists, you see this kind of like almost ripple effect from it. And then Skirp walks out of it. But he's different, and you're not really immediately sure how he's different. Just that something's gone wrong. And he looks pale, he looks gray, almost like the little bits of his goblin skin that you could see before, it's discolored. But his visor is down presently, and he walks up to the party like
Does he still
nothing's
have his
happened.
top hat?
He still has his top hat. He appears almost exactly as he appeared before.
I'm very suspicious of this goblin.
Yeah, me too.
Are you suspicious of yourself? Is that what I just heard? From Skirp?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah. I'm stunned for a moment.
Okay, guys, how about that?
Yay!
So for some reason, this map has like the global light settings when it doesn't need it, and I was like, okay, that doesn't make any sense. Anyway, you come out at the E7 area. You're gonna have to zoom out, Zeb. This is a map, like a area map.
I don't see E's. There's no E7.
That's why those are on. I'll ping it for you. This is apparently it's on the DM layer, so it's right there. I'll go to the GM layer and bring it to the front.
Now we've lost the map.
Is up north? Oh yeah, we lost the map. It's all white now.
You broke it.
I did break it. That's fine.
Is up north on this map or?
I also think I fixed Discord.
Up north.
guys.
Sorry, I don't think I understand what you're saying.
Is north
Like,
actually north on the
Is
map?
north actually the top?
Yes,
of the...
north is actually north on this.
Sorry, I wasn't clear.
I don't know what you did, but I have a yellow square.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's where.
All right, let me figure out how to undo this. Give me a sec.
Z.
We almost made it a whole session, guys, with no issues.
Almost, and then this happened.
And we almost got rid of the goblin.
Anyways,
Good
the
effort, guys.
The thing that happened is you see Skirp walk out of the fog while I'm dealing with this. And it doesn't, to the majority of you, it doesn't make sense because he shouldn't be here.
Wait, to the
Gideon
majority
makes
of
a
us,
big
which one
sound
of us
alarm
thinks
and drops
otherwise?
his bow again. I'm sorry, I talked over you.
She just said the majority of us. I'm wondering which one of us doesn't find this weird.
Skirp.
A quarter of each of us.
I'm pretty sure I'm kind of weirded out by this too.
So I'm gonna go up to Skirp and ask him
Got a map.
what happened to you. Are you?
Did you guys just get the map back?
Yep,
Yes.
with the yellow square.
Okay, yellow square's gone. Don't worry about the yellow square.
So I asked Skirp what happened to you. We just saw you down there, and like I just suddenly stop for a moment.
I would love to tell you. I was down there, I think, and we were fighting a pile of plants.
Mm-hmm.
A flaming pile of plants.
If I remember, that was your doing.
And then the largest fist in the world came down to meet my face and buried me in a graveyard. And now I'm here. These are the things that I'm pretty sure happened.
I don't think he had time to bury you.
Well, somebody buried me.
I kneel down and raise his visor and take a look at his face.
His face is gray. Like it's before it was this kind of deep green, and now it's this at best a sickly gray green. And his eyes were before are just these kind of like black orbs that have no iris, no other color other than just these deep black pits.
Can I do a medicine check to like figure out what's going on? Like I have a hunch, but I want to understand. Like I want to see if there's anything I can ascertain about if he's living, as it were.
Yeah, go ahead. Is like you guys kind of go through medicine checks and like a medic would, and he has a pulse, though it's very, very slow. You know, it beats, maybe you have to keep your finger there for a very long time, like maybe once a minute. You hear they're just kind of like googum, and then that's it, and then another minute and googum. And he feels cold and a little bit clammy to the touch, but he's alive as far as you can tell. Also, I think I got all the labeling on the map finally figured out, so you can see north and where we are and all that. Again, you guys are by E7, where you would have come out of. Dun, dun, dun.
Does he still
Everybody
have, like,
is
all of his
utterly
equipment
shaken
and
by
stuff?
this. Does he still have what?
All of his equipment and
Yeah, he's still geared out. His war pick is there. Everything is almost normal about him. Other than, he appears different, and his story is quite the tale considering what you guys watched happen.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the house?
We ran
What
when
do
you
you mean?
died.
I mean, where is it?
It's still there, right? 'Cause I just
Yeah, it's still there. It looks
Point.
run down and abandoned and all that. Like it's aged 100 years, but otherwise it's still there. The donkey is also outside waiting for you, by the way.
Yay, my donkey!
yeah.
I go make sure my donkey's okay, because I am a little confused about Skip.
Yeah, me too. Really, like, I'm just kind of... I'm trying to process it all. It's a lot to be dead and then not dead.
So are you alive, or are you dead, or not dead?
I'm sticking firmly with not dead.
technically alive,
Are you?
but only technically.
Mostly
Yeah.
dead.
I'm not dead yet.
He technically has a pulse, but
Technically.
quickly, how good is everybody on time? Like, is everybody good for like another half hour?
I'm good for forever. Let's keep going forever.
Greg, you good?
Yeah.
No sleep.
Cool. I'm gonna head towards the house.
You're going back in?
Yeah, I got unfinished business in here.
This is a man who stared death in the face and's come out
And
the other
lost. And lost.
end. But I don't think it's losing if you die, yet you still live.
Tell that to the kids that we just say I don't know.
They didn't have a pulse, man. What is
Did
this?
you ever
kids.
check
They're ghosts.
that when we first met them they weren't?
We didn't touch them.
So they may have at that point been alive
All
and then
right.
became ghosts. And I'm not going back in the house.
I'm going back in.
Ghosts.
I got one thing to take care of, and then we can do
What
whatever
really
we
big
want to do.
green
I'm
thing?
I'm gonna sit right here with the donkey.
You're good. I got this.
The portico and the iron gate that kind of acted as its door moving into the death house barely hangs by its hinges as you approach it. Very rusted, kind of a gentle like grrr in the wind.
I'm gonna angrily kick it open.
Okay, it flies off of its hinge and kind of
Perfect.
lands noisily nearby.
I'm gonna storm into the house.
All right. The door itself doesn't budge. In fact, there's this pulse almost of energy that knocks you back 10 feet from it, and you just kind of land on your butt with like your hands on the ground behind you, staring at the back of the house.
All right. After a moment's consideration, I'm gonna scramble over to where the gate fell down and like
Okay.
pick it back up and apologetically prop it against the fence.
Okay. With the utmost care, it is replaced as well as you can.
Are there any windows that we can look in?
They all look like glazed over with like age and like grayness and smoke. You can't really see in.
I am going to respectfully and carefully approach the door and try
Okay.
and enter.
You are rewarded for your efforts by the exact same thing.
Oh! She's a cruel mistress. Okay.
I help skirt back up.
And then
Okay.
this time you hear like a slight rumble. And you feel shaking kind of from the immediate area. And the entire house just collapses in on itself.
Oh,
And you're at this point effectively standing there like looking at this like dusty like ruin and with just this door standing inside of, you know, the pieces of the frame that kind of survived this collapse.
Well, a win's a win. That's all. Well, that gets the job done.
you sure you don't want to? Should we set it on fire? Would that help?
I could be okay with that.
Mike, look around, and I'm like, it's actually a lot more houses, a lot closer than there were before.
Ooh. Okay.
If only I could speak to animals. I could ask what happened in the donkey's point of view.
Okay. I am. After a moment's consideration, I'm just going to nod and walk back to the group. Job's done. Now what?
You're in this town. Not really sure. You like I mentioned before to the other group, and now that you're here, you can actually hear it. There's some sobbing from a couple of doors down. And in addition to that, you see what is making the rolling sound like wheels on cobblestone in the small bell. This old lady is pushing this wooden cart with these rickety wooden wheels. And she approaches, kind of not paying attention to any of you. She approaches one of the houses and knocks on the door and doesn't answer. She waits a moment, pushes her cart to the next door, knocks, nothing happens. And this goes on until she's about 5 doors down from you guys, heading north. And then finally the door opens and you see these two older looking humans answer the door and kind of look, and one of them reaches back and pulls a child forward. And the old lady, you could see her just kind of nod gently, and she reaches
Lost you. Reaches.
And
She
and
reaches.
hands both of these older people some kind of like maybe pastry. It's hard to tell from this distance. And then she grabs the child and shoves him underneath the cart and pulls down a covering over it, and then grabs the handle and keeps pushing her way north, knocks on the next door,
Oh, Jesus.
and just kind of keeps going down the line.
I'm going after her. Like I'm gonna start like running at her.
Okay. She will have continued this pattern for probably another 5 doors by the time you catch her. And she hears the armor moving up behind her,
Tick, tick,
and
tick,
you see her pick up her pace slightly until you would be within striking distance effectively when you can, give her some kind of indication of like, hey, I'm here.
Okay, well that's the indication I'm gonna give. Hey, crone.
That's just rude, man.
How many people are now in the wagon or whatever it is? She's...
You hear sobbing from within. It only sounds like one voice.
Unhand the child.
She's she kind of like slightly like lifts up her skirts and like puts like one knee forward and kind of leans down and looks at you and she says, what business do you have telling me my business? Get out of here. The boy's mine. And she goes to turn around, like she drops her skirts again and turns around and starts pushing her cart.
I'm gonna stare after her for a second because that's just not what I was expecting.
I catch up to Skirp and I ask her, what business do you have with the boy?
I paid for him. He's mine. You lot sod off. You're not from around here anyway. What's with this weird short? What the hell even are you?
That's a good question right now.
He's a valiant knight, and you do better than disparage him and the god that he serves.
She starts.
Thank you.
She starts. Gods. There's one god in this land. His name is Strahd. You, and she points with kind of this long, crooked finger. You lot. And she just says, gods, that's rich. She turns around and starts.
Lot, if you said anything after that.
Same thing.
And then
You lot is basically like you lot would do better than two. Like, remember these things. You're not even from these parts. And she's just, gods, that's rich. She starts pushing her cart again.
I am going to... Oh man, that's tough. I'm gonna step in front of the cart and physically like put my hand out and stop it.
She sighs audibly. You're one of those types, aren't you?
I say, he is, and he unfortunately gets more stubborn the more you refuse him. So
you know what? I'm gonna use my paladin senses to try and detect undead or other
Fey,
strange-
fiend, etc.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a theory on who's gonna ping.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold, please. What is it? It was Fey, fiend, or undead?
That sounds right. Without
Ping's
walking along.
Ping's fiend.
Fiend.
She does, or is he
From-
still pinging off of me? Because he's been getting that from me the entire time.
This is a different kind of fiend. Like this is definitely from her.
Okay, I just
You're
wanted to
familiar with
clarify.
you're familiar with the squirrel's odd fiendish
Right.
aura. It's it's disconcerting, but it's not a problem. This is different.
As soon as I get there, it really cements my suspicion that she's up to no good. And I will plant my hand firmly on the front of the cart. But listen here. You shall not harm this child.
She smiles very widely, and you see all these yellow crooked teeth. Am I not then? Oh, I totally mixed the accent there. Sorry, guys. That just didn't happen. I don't know what's going on there. She says, "I shall make you a deal." And she reaches into the cart and she produces 2 of these little pies. She says, "For you, my dearies, if you promise to leave this alone." Now that's getting jokery. I'll work on
That
it.
sounded like Mr. Gold to me.
I'd be okay with that, Rumpelstiltskin.
When you said dearies, I was like, oh, we have a...
Maybe I'll do that one. The Rumpelstiltskin creepy. I can go with that. And so she offers Tally and Skirp these pies. About pretty decent sized pies, like the size of a pot pie. It fills each of her hands.
I completely disregard the pie and try and throw open her cart and retrieve the boy.
She just... You're not going to let this go, are you? So she just kind of smiles and she says, "Very well, you'll not be here forever. I'll merely come back for the boy a different day." And she starts, "Here, a gift, anyway. You may take the boy. And a pie with you as well. And don't think I didn't see your friends hiding back there in the shadows." She reaches in and produces 2 more pies, and she says, "For them as well." And she pulls out the boy and kind of gives him a light kick in the ass to kind of get him on his way. And she just keeps pushing her cart.
Okay. Once she's out of range,
She goes up and continues around a corner.
I'm gonna puff up my tiny goblin chest, put the boy under one arm. Sadly, the distance from ground to goblin armpit is not that far, so I might be dragging him a little bit.
Yeah, he's
The boy
larger
may be
than you.
twice as big as you.
So you're kind of
I just tap on your arm and kind of gently be like, "I think he's got it," and pick the boy up so he can walk on his own power.
Well, that solves that, because I was also gonna try and figure out how to carry these pies. So,
Tally's there. She can help you carry the pies.
No, you got a top hat. You can...
like this is the first time that Skirp has really got to put all of the paladin stuff into action. Like up until now, it's just stories that people have told him about paladins, and so like
he feels
I'm
vindicated.
in a state of disbelief that it actually worked. Like somebody who watched The Matrix and then like tried to jump across a road from building top to building top.
You know kung fu.
Yeah, and it worked, and they're just like, and plus on top of that, 4 pies.
I
I'm
am
gonna
highly
take a pass
suspicious
on
of these
those
pies.
pies. Thanks. They're probably full
Or
of
highly
chili.
suspicious.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 4 pies. Like,
More for
she
you.
gave them to me to distribute however I saw fit, and 4 pies.
Goblin's gonna eat off
Backpack.
that. Ugh, that's gonna make one sticky backpack.
These are like some hot water crust, like proper British style pies, man. These things could take a beating before they'd fall apart.
Yeah.
If you threw these pies at someone, you could injure them.
You could, like,
Just like that
straight up.
child, probably.
Free market better stay the fuck out of its pies.
So is the boy walk on his own accord and follow us?
He's
Or like-
at this point he's not sure what's going on because you have this strange grayish green man kind of, tucking these pies into his bag, and then this, this beacon of like kind of like beauty and light standing next to him, just kind of like, what the hell just happened? And then these 2 like shifty looking guys walking up, like, what's going on? He's not sure, but then he looks between the 2 of you and he kind of scoots closer to Skirp. And he's, please don't make me go home. They'll just give me back to her. She'll come back. And he sounds terrified.
We've just adopted a child.
After I store the pies, I turn back to the child. Why did they sell you for pies? Are they good pies?
She's like, I don't know. She comes around and sometimes people give her things for the pies and I don't know. It's mostly the adults. I don't understand.
Does she buy other children?
And he says, yes. Like, I don't understand. Like, I didn't do anything bad. I was always a good boy. And he kind of starts weeping at this point, like fully not grasping everything that's been going on in this situation.
How long have you lived in this town?
He says that he's lived here his whole life. Which is not,
Not
he's
super long.
he's maybe 7 or 8.
What's your name?
He says that his name is Kilt.
They really like the literal names
Oh,
in this town.
Kilt, we will call you Guide.
Just
yeah, Kilt, why don't you tag along with us? How old is he?
He's
7 or 8.
7. We'll
7 or
call
8.
you. We'll say he's 7.
7 years.
An easy 7.
Old.
You're not adding the child to your inventory.
Did you say he was crying? Is that like kind of?
Yeah, it's
kind of,
weeping is a
Weeping-
quality
one
of
weeping
this
child.
all right. Yeah, Kilt. Why don't you hang out with us?
I foresee
like-
a leadership feat taking.
Oh man, I haven't thought about that in so long.
Oh, jeez.
Did leadership come over to Pathfinder?
Wrong way around, but yeah. Leadership's in Pathfinder, but 5e has a variant of it, but it's not actually like leadership. Leadership is in like you don't get like NPCs. It's like I don't
No,
know.
I mean,
My PHP is somewhere else right now.
it was in 3.5. I couldn't remember if it came over to Pathfinder.
It is in
Yeah.
Pathfinder. It is definitely in Pathfinder, and it is subsequently banned in almost every table I've ever
Yeah,
been to.
because it's terrible.
Yeah.
All right,
Anyway,
so we need a token. I'll find something.
okay, yeah, that's on you. Find a weeping 7-year-old. God, this is gonna be horrible.
So while we're kind of walking back,
Weeping
I
7
check over my shoulder
year
to see if I
Be
can
careful with your
hear.
Google, sir.
Yeah, no.
old FBI.
I have a 7-year-old and he weeps. I can take a picture and we can make him a token for the game.
Please.
Damn it.
That's way
First
more
result.
than trying to find the crying kid picture on the internet. That just sounds...
First result, America's Got Talent video. 7-year-old little boy starts crying.
Why don't you get a picture of that little boo-boo like pageant chick?
Let's not.
This is getting weird, man.
Yeah, I'm not into that, man.
All right, moving on before this gets worse.
I'd like to look over my shoulder, or kind of like while we're walking, kind of slow my pace and see if I can suss out where the crying was coming from that we heard from one of the other houses.
So if you were to looking at your map again,
Mm-hmm.
back down at E7, you guys have walked north of that, and you're like 2 houses before the left-hand corner there.
Mm-hmm.
You would have assumed it's probably back down to the south, here-ish at that yellow
Okay.
mark. So across the road, across that crossroads, the first house.
Okay. So past E7?
Yeah, past
Or-
E7 to the south.
Okay.
1, 2, 3 houses south.
So presumably we get back to E7, and unless anybody wants to do something else, I think I'm going to go start walking in the direction of the crying.
Modifying this slightly, but that's fine. It's still.
I'm going to allow the weeping child to sit in the cart. So chooses.
Play with the
Donkey.
donkey. Donkey.
All right. So the child is he's with. God damn. He is in the cart, and he's kind of still like doing like the quick like inhales, like like trying not to cry. But he's as calm as he's gonna get for right now.
That's good, because I am not comforting him.
And
Goblin children learn really quickly that crying is how you attract, like, coyotes. So,
okay, so that happened.
Gotta watch out for coyotes.
Yeah,
They
man,
didn't teach you much
that's-
about wolves, though, did they?
That happens all the time.
shit, like, wolves are their own thing. Like coyotes are the wolves of young goblin.
Mm.
And the moaning sob kind of continues to float through these gray, dimming streets, and you just feel like this overwhelming sadness, and you finally reach the front of this 2-story townhouse, and it's apparent that the crying's coming from here.
Does it sound like a man or a woman?
It sounds like a woman. Definitely sounds like a woman.
Mature or adolescent?
It sounds like a proper woman in her
I'm going
later
I'm
years,
going to
perhaps.
go, knock on the door.
Okay. There is no response, at least initially. Subsequent knocks, you'll kind of hear this. Go away. He already took her from me. She's gone forever.
No, we saved her.
No, we didn't. It's him.
Yeah, this is a
No,
different kid.
we saved her. She's right here. She's in the cart crying.
You have a boy, not a girl.
Oh, what a boy.
How would
Update
a
your
goblin
character
know?
sheet.
I have trouble with human children. Like, how
They
do
all
you
look
even
the
tell them
same?
apart? Yeah.
All humans look alike.
Wow, guys.
You're racist.
So you have this woman like hears this, we have your child, and she hears this arguing. She's like, "You're cruel to mess with an old woman's feelings.
Ah, jeez.
Go away, leave me.
Please.
Leave me to my mourning.
Maybe if you wouldn't sell your kids for pies.
I didn't sell my child. He was taken. She was taken." Stop screwing with the he, she thing. Now you guys hurt my head.
Taken
You're
by
breaking my character.
Yeah.
monologue.
I didn't sell her to that horrid witch. He took her. She ran off with him. I know it was her fault.
Do you know what
Who?
she wants?
Ran off with who? Tell us more.
She says, it's that devil. That devil that lives in the castle. She's kind of like breaks down at the rest of it.
What castle?
from down the alleyway, you just hear a squirrel yell,
I know.
Strahd!
He's just like casing the place, like down the alley. Like, oh yeah, we could totally break into this place later. That's really weird. She's like the castle, and she's like, "Are you blind?" And at this point, like, she pulls open the door.
Are we blind?
Zeb, what are you doing? You're being very
Or
loud.
deaf, whatever is going on.
You really
Sounds
did
like an
that?
ice machine.
Across the room.
Stop being noisy. Damn you.
My apologies.
You're ruining his
I'm a
character.
method actor.
If I knew my mic would pick that up from across the room, I would
An
have muted it.
actor. That's fine. So she tears open the door, and you just see this older woman with this kind of like babushka sort of like shawl thing going on, and her eyes are red and puffy from crying, and she just kind of looks at all of you, and she steps out 2 steps and points kind of upwards behind her, and you just, at this exact moment, this peal of like thunder and lightning hits, and you see the castle illuminated in the night sky up on the massive hill, cliffside overlooking this village. She says, "That one, that castle, Castle Ravenloft," and she just kind of collapses into this mooning, sobbing heap on the stoop.
I try to catch her before she falls and like help her down gently.
You're able to do so, and she just kind of leans into you, but you can just feel like all of the like will and strength is just like flowed out of her at this point.
Gawking at the castle.
It's this omnipotent, impressive castle that you saw when you were fleeing the mists into this village before.
I forgot that was there.
Like all imposing, like it's brooding, like you can feel this energy exuding from it. There's and for you, Skirp, your slowed pulse quickens for an instant.
I got a second
At that
heartbeat this
sight.
minute.
Yes.
Interesting.
As you kind of help her down, and she's just leaning her weight against you, Tally, you notice that she's clutching this strange doll in her other hand, and it's kind of like held in almost like into her elbow, like she's been like clutching it to her chest, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And it's this just odd, like really poorly made doll with like string hair that looks like it's missing some, and like a tattered skirt, dirty.
That's how I feel right now.
Like
Tattered skirt.
Oh.
Tattered skirt.
It is. Oh. All right. So what do we do?
I ask her, how do we get there?
She's trying to wipe her tears. She says, to the castle?
To the
You're
castle?
mad. You're all mad. And she just continues like crying again. She's like, she went there and she'll never return. She's dead, and you'll all die too if you go there.
I'm pretty sure I'm already dead.
Why? What happens at this castle?
She said it's just the devil Strahd's lair. It's where he lures young women and turns them into his and she just starts weeping again. His brides.
She say brides,
Yeah, she said brides.
but the kid's a dude. I'm now confused.
No, the kid in the cart's a dude. Her daughter was the one that was taken. It's your fault, Skirp. It's your fault. You did this.
No,
Look, dude looks like a lady, okay? Let's just get on with our lives.
I was saying Skirp is right there with you. Like he's
That's because Skirp actually doesn't know the difference.
So the rest of this campaign, we're gonna think that Strahd is a gay man who steals children, right?
Yep.
Apparently.
Or bi, at least.
No,
because
because
he's
he took
taking
a
both.
daughter for a wife. Like,
And a dude.
I don't.
Apparently,
Rab's paying attention, that's all that matters. It's
yeah,
fine.
I feel like I'm the only sane man in a group of crazy people. I'm confused.
You're the only. Oh wait, no, I was gonna say you're the only human, but that's wrong.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Gideon's human, at least for now.
hey,
Gideon's
what?
mute. Whole
No,
other
he's not.
classification.
So I'll ask her if there's anybody else in town who'd be willing to help us.
She just,
Wait, help
Kinda
us what?
sniffles
What
and
are we
she's-
doing?
at this point, you guys have no freaking clue other than
Well, that's why
So
I'm
let's
interjecting.
kind
to,
of
like,
come back to review, like, some of you, Squirrel and Gideon found these letters that made mention of wealth that this burgomeister of Barovia said that don't come here, stay away. We'll keep all of our wealth basically to ourselves. Like, there's no point in coming here to loot or anything. Like, this place is forsaken. Don't come. And you guys were like, so you're saying they have money? And then Skirp found a letter, but he didn't actually read it. Effectively, what happened at this point is he
couldn't.
Yeah, well, couldn't as well. He wandered into the forest, finding this body set upon by wolves, and basically took things from it, and just kind of stumbled into you guys. And Tally had actually received a letter in a similar vein to your guys's, other than saying, if you're a holy person, if you are true of heart and spirit, come save us from this horrid fate.
Yeah, and putting it together, it seems pretty obvious, at least, that they're rounding up the children here and taking them to this castle for this Dreadlord Strahd. That seems to be a pretty bad dude.
The one thing that the letters have in common that everybody except for Skirp would know is that they make reference of a burgomeister of Barovia.
What is a Burgomeister?
well, either
A
way,
burgomeister.
I
He's
think-
it's a title. It's like a governor or a.
Oh, okay. It's just a great name.
the Burger King, is that what you
I
said?
Yeah.
think we're gonna need a place to set up,
Virgo,
and I say we take over ownership of the home we came from.
The
It
home
is,
gone.
German. Yeah, the
It's
house
collapsed.
collapsed into itself.
And it wouldn't let us in anyway, even before
Right.
that.
Yeah, but
And
we
there
can
was
take over that
A
property.
tentacle plant monster there.
We can still claim ownership of the property.
So I'm going
I
to
have
ask
the deeds to prove it.
I'm going.
He's not
I'm
wrong.
going to ignore Squirrel for the moment, while the woman's still like lucid and helpful, and ask her if she can point us to the Burgomeister of this place.
She says, no, he's dead too. She just gets even worse. He died last night.
Oh, F. Just missed it.
Only we hadn't taken that long rest.
She.
Oh, shizer.
She sniffs and she's just kind of, but Ismark, the lesser, his son.
The lesser?
He's-
I want the greater.
Nope, you have Ismark the lesser. She's kind of trying her best to come out of this sobbing fit. He's been drinking himself to sleep. He's apparently just been making his entire day at the bar.
All right, I have a
Where is
legit
that?
question.
Yeah.
Does this town have
Legit
a
question.
windmill?
Wait, for her? You're asking this question?
Well, I glance around first to see if I can self-answer, and if I don't see it, I ask her.
You see no windmill in the distance, no matter what direction you look. But it is also very foggy, so that doesn't
Right.
mean much.
So I ask her.
She says, a windmill, and she kind of, for a second, like, this takes her out of her thing, like distracts her. She says, there's a windmill, but they call it the bone grinder. And she points kind of, what is that? I think that's northeast of town, which I'll validate for you guys here in a second.
The
But
bone grinder.
she says there's a windmill that way on the road to Valaki, but why would you want to go there? And she's like, it's a hard place. She just continues bawling.
Why does everything here have to have creepy names?
Right? I
Where
own
is,
that now.
It
asked her-
is northwest of this place. Sorry, not northeast.
I ask her where we can find Ismark. What direction is he in?
The bar.
He
Oh,
says
yes.
that
Where is the bar?
she points down the road to the west. She says, "You can't miss it. It's on the next corner." She just continues her weeping, and she says, "It's the blood. It's called the blood on the vine."
What?
God, everything has a creepy name.
I would rather go to the bone grinder than blood on the vine. Like, these names are just horrendous. What's the name of your house, ma'am?
She says,
Murder Shack.
It's my house. I don't have a
In the
name
middle
for
of the
it."
street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well played. High five. Does the street have a name?
Everything has a name.
What is
No,
your
the
address?
street. It's called Hobo Stab Street.
Hobo Stab Street.
It's a village. It's a village street. Don't go giving
Named
names to everything.
named after old man Hobo Stab.
Yeah,
We're
old
not
man
going to
Hobo
name-
Stab. Old man
windmill-
Hobo Stab. Let me tell you.
It's probably named after the last murder hobos that went through here.
Yeah.
All right, then.
And then like the last thing before we leave, I ask her what is her daughter's name.
Dad.
It is.
You had to mention the daughter.
As literal as people are
Already
named,
shoveled.
I'm going
She
to
says,
guess
Craig, and she says, "My Gertruda,
Stockholm.
my sweet Gertruda."
Gertruda.
What's her
Gertrude.
family name?
She says it was her great grandmother's. Rest her soul.
Thank you for your help, and
Wait, what help?
hopefully we'll be
I'm
able
so
to bring some
confused.
mouthpiece to what you're feeling.
She stands kind of like shakily, and to Tally she reaches out with this doll, and she says, "Just please take this. I can't stand the sight, and if you do see her, maybe it'll remind her of me." And she just like almost collapses into the doorway and catches herself and like stumbles in and very like weakly closes the door behind her.
If she's sure, I'll take out and reach out and accept it.
Okay. You have this gross kind of, raggedy doll. You do notice that there's a tag on it. And
There's a tag
it's,
on it.
yeah, it's like this kind of like frayed like tag of like a toy or a regular stuffed animal would have that said like Beanie Baby or something on it. But this one says that is no fun, is no Belinsky.
What?
What?
Is this an in joke?
Nope, that's exactly what it says on it. Is in chat.
Is no fun.
Is no Belinsky.
And there's cats in the way. Come on, Boo, get out of the way.
Is no Belinsky like a name?
I just put it in Roll20 chat.
Oh, is no Blinsky. Okay. This is made by somebody named Blinsky's. The Blinsky Toy Company.
Yeah, and it actually ends with an exclamation point.
I'm more thinking that that's not the stuffed animal she wants. It's not her Belinsky, that she lost it and has this thing instead.
Oh no, I think it's like a catchphrase, right? If it's not fun, it's not Blinsky's. or whatever.
Is it handwritten or stitched in?
It's stitched onto a tag.
Does it look like adult handwriting or children style amateur stitching?
It looks quite proper, actually.
Okay.
Other than being, faded and kind of tattered.
Then I
the
will
tag.
go with Holly's interpretation, but I still don't see why we're interfering with local politics.
Local
We're just looking-
politics.
Local child kidnapping politics.
We don't know the
In a-
laws here. The Lord of the Land took a bride. It's likely his right to take a bride.
He's not the Lord. He's a dreadlord.
He lives in the castle.
A self-identified dreadlord and evildoer. We got it in writing. I asked for Skirp to
we got it
receive
in
the letter, and
writing?
he's just like, oh, which one? Oh. Yeah, he
remember
wrote
we
a
got a
letter
letter?
to the house, to head the house of the house we were just in, where he was like, remember you and I, we both rolled a 23 or whatever, and we're both like, oh, this guy was serving Strahd and killing people for him.
Hmm.
There was the additional note that I showed you guys about the servant
Right.
that it seemed like
Yeah,
was
it's in the
trying to get
handouts.
Strahd's favor, and it doesn't.
Your
sound like
dreadlord
Strahd
and master,
cared.
Strahd von Zarvik.
Yes, that is correct.
Gotcha.
Uh,
Either way, I want to take control of this property so we have a place to live.
There's nothing to live in,
F,
man.
F the property.
No, we have the deed to the bone grinder as
F
well.
it. We don't. Who cares?
Okay, so we
If it's ruled by a demon lord Strahd, I ain't hanging around with this shit.
I like how his first thought
moral
is like,
compass
let's
is-
play real estate.
well,
There's no one to
Peruvian real
buy.
estate mogul.
There's no one who's going to
Mogul.
buy.
I'm not gonna buy nothing. It's not a matter. Okay, we'll just live in a cart with no currency here whatsoever.
I mean, it's either that or a.
There's a place that's
fallen
called
in and
Evil
floated three-story
Bone Grinder.
house
Your damsel in
with-
distress is scared about it and thinks it's a horrible
Did we-
place. If we shut
did
it
we ask
down,
him
it's
About
doing
a
good.
name?
Yes,
I don't
you did
think-
hear. You heard about a bar.
Yeah.
Called the,
Vine.
That's
The
what
blood
I
of the
found
vine.
on AM, right?
you don't know until you get there. She just said it was a bar.
I think that would be my next inclination in terms of where to follow up.
I'm happy to go to the
I
bar and
also
get a
need to
drink. You guys can play Knight in Shining Armor. That's not my style.
Okay, question, time check. I'm okay. How about you guys?
I'm fine for
Uh,
whatever.
It's a little late. It's getting a little late for me, so it kind of depends on what you're thinking next thing is. pass
Are you
time
good
for me.
for like 20 minutes?
Yeah, if we're gonna do 20 minutes,
Okay.
12:30 is probably a hard stop for me.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll call that hard stop. All right, so another 20. Greg, you good with that?
Yep.
Okay. Moving on. So, are you guys going to follow that up? Find the inn or the
Yeah,
tavern
that
rather?
sounds like the way to go.
Getting follows squirrel always.
All right. So this will be number E1 in your programs on the map. Number 1 in your heart. No. As you approach it, you see a single shaft of light illuminating the main square. Its brightness looking like a solid pillar in the normally heavy fog that sits around here. Above the gaping doorway, a sign hangs, slightly askew, proclaiming this to be the Blood on the Vine Tavern. However, you notice that the N on it, on the on, has been scratched off, and an F has been kind of like imposed over the top of it, so it reads Blood of the Vine.
Mm.
I was confused as to which F.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've seriously read this entry like probably 45 times
only
in
one
like
F.
the two games that I've run this on, and every time I'm like, wait a minute, that says that one, right? Okay, we're good. The tavern itself doesn't appear to be super large from the outside. You estimate it maybe it's like a 60 foot by 60 foot space, so it's not huge in terms of building size.
Let's say we go in.
All
Yeah.
right. It appears a little run down and ramshackle even as you go in. There's a blazing fire in the hearth, but it doesn't actually give out that much warmth. Despite that, there still appear to be a few people huddled somewhat close to it. You see that there's the barkeep, this kind of bald man who's just kind of blankly staring off into space as he's like cleaning these mugs with a not what you would call a clean rag. You see these three very colorfully dressed gentlemen sitting together in a corner, and you also see. Actually, there's more than just those, aren't there? No, those are those three there. You also see this dark, kind of grim-looking man with this black hair with gray streaks running through it, sitting in this kind of darkened corner by himself. Several mugs on the table, some on their side, some turned upside down, and he's just kind of leaned back, and he's just slowly taking a drink, letting it down, bringing it back up, taking a drink, letting it down.
I like lean back and like nudge Squirrel subtly and like point at that guy and say, "I think we found the lesser."
You found him. I'm gonna go grab a beer. You have fun. I go sit down at the bar and have a drink. I already get in one too, so he doesn't.
The colorfully dressed people are women actually, and they look ample of bosom. Their hair is done up in these crazy like ways that kind of defy gravity. Bright colors, large sleeves on the lower part of their gowns, showing their shoulders off. And they see you all walk in, and they kind of do the like hide behind their hand things and like whisper and giggle at each other. And like, oh my. But otherwise keep to themselves.
Oh, that's flattering. Okay. I am thoroughly uncomfortable and will not take the lead in this. Just throw that one out there.
Fair.
You have a 7-year-old following us around?
You do until you tell me otherwise. Remember, in such settings as D&D and such, it's not like
It's not weird.
I just wanted to make sure we hadn't lost the kid somewhere already.
No, it's still on somebody's inventory.
Yeah, man.
I put him in the loot list.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna go walk over to the lesser.
I think so.
Actually, is he's still currently mid-drink?
Yeah, he's still sitting over there, just going to town on his drink.
Okay, yeah, I'll go there and just ask him. What was the name they gave you again? Ismark?
Ismark was the name you were given.
So I just walk over and ask, "Are you Ismark?"
He kind of sets down his drink heavily, though he jumps at it, the sound of it hitting, so you kind of get the feeling like maybe it's a little bit harder than he had intended to, and a little bit of the liquid inside splashing out, and he says, somewhat drunk, I am. Who are you?
One of the few requested for aid from your father, or by your father.
And he sits up a little more straighter and puts his hands on the table. Again, louder than he intended to. It kind of sounds like he's slamming his hands. My father he's dead. And he grabs his mug and slams it back and then tosses it kind of on its side. Clearly empty at this point. He says, what did my father bring you here for?
I produced the letter that I received that told me to come here.
I might have to go find those letters again because they're in here
Didn't it
somewhere.
say not to come here?
Some said not to come here. Raps said to come here and save them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Rap's under the impression we were all sent here with holy intentions in our opinions, because that's the letter he got. He's the only one that was told to save the world, and I'm just letting him believe what he wants.
And you guys were adhering to the impression like, hey, there might be some...
I mean,
So he
the
reads the
option
letter.
to oppose a vampire lord. That sounds better than falling in line with one.
And he reads it and he tosses it down, and it lands on the table and ends up in getting a little bit damp around the edges, and you see some of the ink start turning. He says, "That's not my father's hand. He didn't write that." He's like, what are you doing? Stop pretending. Who sent you, really? He's not angry, but he's just kind of that, like, I don't really care. Like, what are you doing? Like, my father just died. What are you doing, man?
I sit down across from him and say, I have no idea what has transpired over the last 48 hours in this town, but I swear to you, I am not trying to pull one over you. This is what I received and I showed here. If somebody is duping you, they're duping us both.
And he just hiccups slightly. He says, looks at you slightly, and he says, divine providence then. And he kind of throws back his head and laughs slightly. He says, if such a thing exists in this land. He says, you're really here to help. You came here, like, on your own, without anybody forcing you.
It's what we do.
He says that you're either fool or very, very brave. And he says, but either right now would help a great deal. And he kind of throws his hand up and says, Eric, another round of wine for this one too. And he points to you, and he says, those are with you. And he makes, kind of pointing over to the paladin and the sorcerer and fighter. He says, they're yours.
I nod and I say, you can't choose them, but yeah.
And he like very stumbly, like he holds up like five fingers, and then 4, and then 3. And he says, 3, Eric, 3 more, them too. And he points at him.
I beckon, like I hold up 2 fingers at him.
And he says, yeah, whatever. He says, just, and he points at you guys, and then kind of like motions you over to the table. And he says, sit. You're here. You've come. And he says, you're really here. He says, well then, maybe there is a chance. He says, my father, he died. He just kind of sits for a moment. He says he died. And the bartender walks over with this tray of drinks, and he's still like very like almost stone-faced, kind of just walking along, and just sets them down without a word, and just goes back and starts cleaning the mugs again. And you notice that it's the exact same set of mugs that he was cleaning before. He says, that damn, and he lowers his voice. He says, that devil Strahd. And he tries to look over, and he looks over Gideon's shoulder at the group of brightly dressed women. And he says, and he just turns up his nose. He says, spies everywhere. Devil Strahd. It was his fault. He killed my father. Night after night after night, my father stood watch, protecting my dear sister Irina from that monster. And it was just, he's so old. It was just too much. What men are meant to stand against such things, such creatures as that? The poor man, brave till the end, the poor man's heart gave out. And he takes a sip of wine, sets it down, and says, my father's there, at our home, with my sister, still there in his coffin, watching over her even in death. And here I am drinking like some fool. Yet, by some chance, either some unknown force asked you for help, or I don't know. The gods here, the Morning Lord, even he cannot reach these lands as much as he once did. Perhaps it is divine providence after all. And he leans forward. He says, will you help me? Will you make my father's death not be in vain? Help me save my sister from this creature, the devil Strahd. And that time when he whispers, there actually is like a boom of thunder overhead.
I'm willing to try. But here, I look around, and I look sort of lean in and whisper to him, or just in a hushed voice. It's not safe, is it?
He says, no, it isn't. And he quickly finishes his drink and he slams down some coin. He says, but I know a place that is. He says, come, if you'll help me in this, I'll see you rewarded. My father, he was the burgomeister of this village, Barovia. Our family, we're not without wealth. We can help you, whatever you need. I'll see what can happen.
I look to Squirrel and Gideon and I say and mention, I'll certainly help convince the rest of us to your cause. Lead the way.
He says, very well then, come, let us go. And he leads the way out to, where is it? So E4 on the map, down the street, south from E1. Oh, I didn't actually put that one down there. Damn it. There.
It's just in count
There you go.
7.
Nope. All right. E4 is there. E2's in there somewhere. Don't worry about it. And he leads you down there, and you see that there have been like barricades built up around the front of the house. And just kind of sneers back at the group. He says, "For the beasts."
I nod.
All right. I'm waiting for Gideon and Squirrel to figure out what they're doing, following along. I assume they was kind of been like following, like discussing like a rift.
Well,
Pure robot.
Just got stuck into the matrix.
And then he opens the door, and you see this.
You're a pure robot, Beth.
Everything
We can't hear anything you
Just
say.
died.
Okay, hold on. Let's see
Nope,
if this
that was
works.
fine. That was fixed.
Just one robot. I think this is actual.
That's bad.
four lives from
Although that turned the robot too.
So it's
This
Killith.
sounds like robots right now.
Sounds like it's a Discord if everybody's doing it, guys.
oh god, yeah, everything's gone.
Yeah, that's Discord. That's not you guys. That's everybody.
Yeah. It's put it out.
Well, it looks like we figured out what we're gonna call it, guys.
Hello? Anyone?
Hello?
Are we still robots?
Nope, I fixed it by leaving it coming back.
Okay.
It's good.
Yeah, sounds good.
Oh, well, maybe.
Oh no!
It's still fuzzy for me, but I had some errors trying to get back in.
Okay, how we sounding?
I
That's pretty
changed.
I hear
I
everybody
changed the
fine.
server to US East.
Okay, I'll try that
Yeah.
then. All right. All right, so the door opens, and you see this amber-haired, kind of this tough-looking but beautiful woman standing there with this long sword in her hand, wearing armor. And she turns around and she says, "Ismark, where have you been?" And I just flashed it up to everybody. "Where have you been? Why would you leave me here in this time? I don't understand. Father is dead." And Squirrel, you will recognize this as the woman from one of your dreams
Shit.
while you were in the death house.
Okay. I'm not gonna, interject that in right now, but I'm gonna definitely make mental note of that and tell the party later.
And Ismark, just sister, these men, they've promised to help us, to try to save you from him. And she kind of lets the sword fall to her side and goes, "Brother, it may already be too late for me." And she reaches up and grabs the scarf around her neck and pulls it down, and you see these two puncture marks in the side of her neck.
Hmm.
And that's where we're going to end for the night.
Nice.
Oh.
Level 3.
Level 3.
Pew,
You guys technically hit level 3 as of leaving the death house, but I
But we
figured
weren't
we'd
going to
just
get into
wait.
any
Yeah,
fights.
there
so-
wasn't anything to go on. Well, Skirp tried his damnedest.
Well, I mean, it was just an old woman.
Skirp's gonna do what Skirp's gonna do.
I don't know about you,
good
but I
session.
do what I do.
I was a hero today. I saved that kid.
Damn
No,
right.
For later.
You basically gave yourself a slave.
Yeah. That's what I said.
I've got a few things I'll discuss with Skirp later, which is easy for me to do because he sits in the cube across from me.
Nice.
Skirp will discuss that tomorrow.
Next month,
All
we
right.
want a tentative date, or
Yeah, so because Zeb's going to be in my neck of the woods starting next week, and then PAX and wife's birthday and various other things make everything until at least the
31st?
7th would be my earliest.
7th.
The 7th of September would be the earliest I'm available.
Okay.
I think that works for me.
Okay. If
Yeah.
not, we can
I'll
look
check.
at the 14th, but 7th as of right now should be okay for me.
I'm
Mm,
check
probably
my-
Yeah, I think that's
And
well.
as usual, if any extra time pops up, I'll let everybody know. But with Zeb out of town, that probably squeezes our timelines pretty close. And I know next week's probably out because
Nice. I like it. I'm close to that 25 subs. You better keep working.
So I was fiddling with this today, as well as a couple other things for the puppet, and I got all the way to the end of it. I put the shitty D on the end, and then I died.
Hashtag blessed.
Cursed.
yeah, the flip side needs to be cursed.
Oh, but it is.
It is, my friend.
Maybe
Bum,
curse.
bum, bum.
I will have to get back to you guys on the 7th. I cannot confirm that at this point.
That's fine. We've got time to work with it. So
Yeah.
I got Skirp's shield done.
I could
Do we
play.
start working on puppets ourselves?
Ooh, can I play? I could easily play while we are in your neck of the woods. It's more of a. I can't. I'll have the surface. I wouldn't be able to be production value wise though, and I am the production value, so that's gonna shoot that in the foot.
true.
So, all right, yeah, I will get back to you guys on the 7th, as soon as I know. So, but 50-50, I'd say at this point in time.
All right.
I'm gonna say bye to chat. All right, thanks, chat. I appreciate you guys watching. We're going to. I'll find you a host. What do you guys want to watch? Anything?
What?
Yeah, I don't know. I gotta find host.
Very
Host,
brief.
host.
It's just like
Nobody on that I really know.
All right.
anyway. Everybody,
Yeah.
good session. Whatever
out.
Zeb said to do. Have a good night. Have a good evening. Stream, everybody. Thanks for watching. For whoever's all left, I don't know how many we've got left. So
There might be
I
a
think he was
chill
saying goodbye to the
streamer.
stream. That's what
Yeah.
he said.
I was saying goodbye to the stream. I kind of killed somebody. It still counts.
Kind of kill.
I thought it was going to be me.
Looks like.
And,
we'll see what happens next time.
See if
It's
this
funny, he
person-
rolled like half or 50-50 on all the things, and he still one-shot you, and I was like, we gotta leave.
Yeah, I gotta go. I got a thing.
All right, we're gonna
Fuck this shit, I'm
chat.
out.
We're
I
gonna
was just
host
like,
and raid one of the
Yeah.
chill streamer
Obey.
gamers. It's one of the communities I'm involved
I'm
in.
curious.
I said the name completely wrong. Chill Gamers Lounge.
How strong
it's,
was that thing? Like, we
It's a
made the
group
right call.
of gamers who are
right?
trying to work together. To
That
help with
thing was a
streaming.
CR5.
They
You should
have a
not have
streamer
even
going
tried
on
to
right now.
fight it.
There's only one.
So-
They're playing League of Legends. I'm not a big
it would
fan,
take
but
4 party members
I'm
around
still gonna
the
send
fire
the
for that to
host
be a
over there.
challenging
We're
fight,
not
right?
gonna do the raid because it's the bonus
If
stream.
CR is a little bit
Something
different
like
in
that.
5th, it's more like a XP budget, but that's
Um,
relatively, yeah. You guys at like 3rd or 4th level, it would have been,
That's-
I'd say
We're gonna
4.
do this real quick. All right, we're gonna host this person. If you say hi, you say hi. If you don't, you don't. We're just gonna send you over here real quick, get you guys something to watch, or just move on. I don't blame you, but I want to be able to host somebody because it's kind of what I do, and I think they kind of just went offline. Switching games or AFK. Okay, no, they're still online. Okay, we're gonna send you over there. I will be on tomorrow morning, guys. I'll be back in 7.5 hours. So I'll see you in the morning. Hope you guys show. Thanks for watching. This video will go up on top on YouTube probably by the morning. If not tomorrow by the latest, I will keep that going online. Appreciate you guys hanging out, watching. Hope you guys had fun. Pef did kill somebody. It's sort of. All right, I'll talk to you guys later.